Okay.
Yeah,
Welcome to the next episode of the Digenet Podcast. I'm Armand.
it's Raylo.
Tatum.
There we go. And we are going to talk all things random and happening. And yeah, so Raymond was recently told that his streaming was shit.
Yeah, they said my stream was garbage. I guess it was
Garbage.
like he told me that I had somebody come in, like pretty much when you streaming after a certain, like as a new streamer, after a certain amount of hours of streaming, people show up. So after, like, I think like the third hour of me streaming, somebody popped up and was like, "I like what you're talking about, but your stream trash." And I was like, "What is you talking about?" And he told me that my frame rate was too low.
Yeah.
And he told me that people are not going to watch your stream with it looking like this. And then, like, I mean, I had it going on my phone at the same time, so I didn't know what he was talking about. But he gave me a couple pointers on how to up my frame rate. And I went ahead and like up my frame rate, but I also like updated my OBS because I kept just not doing the update. I
How
did the
come?
update, but then I also did like gave it some more plugins where I can do multi streaming and everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, like,
I take it your methodology to up your frame rate was all located within your video in
yeah,
option for at OBS, right? So you go
yeah,
inside there
yeah,
and you
yeah. It was
change
the
frame rate.
output.
Yeah.
You can up the output. I think I was at like 50,000. He was like, you should up it to 80.
There you go.
Yeah, and then he was asking me like, what is my I guess the speed of my internet. I forgot the speed of my
Yeah.
internet. I want to
See,
say it's 50 megabits.
there's a relationship there.
Mm-hmm.
You can so there's a few things that are going to limit your frame rate, right? One
Mm-hmm.
thing that will limit your frame rate is the quality of your recording device. So the camera
Mm-hmm.
will limit frame rate. So
Right.
you and I are running the same kind of system, right? So we don't really
Mm-hmm.
have that as a limiting factor, right?
Right.
So we're running real cameras, so the frame rate can be pretty high. Okay, that's one factor. Second factor is going to be your capture card. The
Mm-hmm.
capture card can also serve to limit your frame rate. I forget what I put in your system. Do you have a built-in or are you using a dongle?
Built in.
Built-in. Okay, so we have a built-in, so that's pretty high too. Okay, so that's not a fact. So that's not really limiting you. But
Yeah.
then, okay, so then you go into OBS and you're able to select frame rates, but then you got the internet speed, right?
Uh-huh.
If your internet speed is just poop, then your frame rate. I mean, you're trying to stream too fast for your internet speed, and you just think it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right? Your bandwidth is not enough to handle the frame rate you're trying to throw at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that's the last factor. So really, your system can do a really high frame rate. It's just your
Yeah.
internet speed might limit it, and I don't know what yours is.
I think it's 50 megabits.
50 Mbps.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
50 because
that's
it's
up.
it's
Well,
AT and
well,
T.
remember there's upload and download speed,
Mm-hmm.
so they're different. There's a tool you can check, and remember your internet's going to vary based on time of day.
Yeah, true.
Number of people using it during your, and that's the reason sometimes it's best to stream when no one's streaming. At the same time, though, if you're streaming, well, it's best to stream when there's not a lot of users on the thing. The problem is that you want to be streaming on prime time where there are a bunch of people online looking.
Yeah, I think that was the most interesting thing because I was like, when this guy started talking to me, it's like 3 in the afternoon. Because I can only, because of where my setup is, I can only stream when I'm off, which is like primarily daytime.
Okay.
So I've been trying to do a block of like noon to like 4 when it's time for me to get my son. It was crazy because it was like, this guy started really conversating with me. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'll send some of my followers over to yours." He was like, "Let's do it now." And
Wait,
I'm
so
like,
when you mean talking to you, he was chatting with you.
he was chatting with me
Okay.
through the chat. And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
he went from the
like
chat and he was
non-voice. He
like,
was chatting.
yeah, he went from
Yeah.
the chat to he was like DM me. And then I DM'd him on Instagram. And we were going back and forth on Instagram. He was like, "I'll send you some of my followers." I'm like, "Really?" And he was like, "Let's do it now." And I'm like, "I gotta go pick up my son."
So who's this guy?
I forgot what his
Shout
name
out
was.
to him, man. Come on,
Huh?
give him a little shout out here.
I'll give him a little shout out. Hold
Thank him
on.
for thank him for the help.
Oh, I'll take him first. Hold on. He's still on my DM. Of course, he don't got no real name, but it is Y Big on Instagram. He is a creative studio. He does websites, branding, and social media.
There you go.
So shout out to Y Big at Y Big. He's a graphic designer.
There we are.
So yeah, he was. Yes, I'm under graphic design, so he probably was like, guy is on here designing. Like, let me see. And I was, I've been doing a lot of my design like live. I like doing that now.
Good deal. There we are. So let's talk about stuff. So what's happening this past weekend? We had No King's Day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the LA Kings were just ecstatic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I think the LA King,
So, I mean, like, No King's Day. And I saw this thing, so I think I may have told you guys both this offline. But I think it's notable enough to share. It's pretty funny. I don't know if this was something Trump really put out there, or if this is just some clever thing that somebody put out there, like some Photoshop using his screen grab. But supposedly, Trump was thanking everybody. Like, basically, it's a post from Trump saying, "Thank you all, thank you Democrats, for another successful No King's Day. As we can see, you've helped me a lot. I'm your president still. No king took over. Thank you." Basically, he's thanking them for preventing a king from taking his spot.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So one of the three things, it could be fake. I highly suspect it's fake because, it is a uber level trolling of a bunch of people. Right. So it could be fake. Secondly, it could be something that he put out there and he's really going mentally insane. He has no idea that No King's Day is referring to him, which I doubt. Thirdly, it could be just a brilliant trolling move.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's not a king; he's a president.
Yes, but the gag is, like, guys, No King's Day was successful. I've held on to my spot as president. I am still in charge. No king came in here and took over. Thank you all for your help. No King's Day success. I know you did it for me. I'm glad. I'm happy. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, I mean,
but at the same time, he also did. But this is something that I did confirm. He put out a cool generated AI post with him flying an F-18 Raptor, I think, where it said King Trump on the side, and he's flying. He's got a crown on, and he's raining down.
So that was real. He really posted.
He really did that. He's raining down poop on the protesters.
I mean, and people was like, "Oh, it's just so,
so childish." I mean,
yeah, childish.
But it's totally on brand. You got to admit. I mean, it's amusing. The things that dude does, dude, from anybody else, it would elicit a giggle, right?
Oh yeah, it made me giggle. But the thing about it is, like, thank God he's not a king or like a real fascist dictator, because you know what I'm saying. Like, when you really think about it, Trump is the only president where we've had to tolerate disrespect. You know what I'm saying, from people within our country and outside, right? That wouldn't have been tolerated with a lot of other presidents. You know what I'm saying? Like, the level of disrespect, the level of parody that is used, it just wouldn't be tolerated. But like with Trump,
there's a good question. I mean, like, what would they have done? I mean, like, what would other? I mean, it's unprecedented. Well, okay, so I'm not talking about other countries' presidents. I'm talking about ours. So it's an unprecedented level of parody, right? I mean, in the past, the most they've. I mean, let's talk about recent memory, because they, in the past, the distant past, they did political cartoons. They did political caricature, right? That happened all the time. Okay, and actually, some of that shit was pretty harsh.
Yeah, okay? I've seen a couple of them.
Yeah, some stuff was pretty harsh, but in recent memory, it all started with basically when it comes to modern media. SNL was the first to ever do it, and I guess their first thing to do was they came about after Nixon. Nixon's lucky for that. They came out with Ford, and Ford, all they could do about that dude was show him as a bumbling fool. I mean, Ford actually invited that by tripping on the stairs to Air Force One.
Wow.
So Ford it happened at least twice in his presidency where he actually misstepped on Air Force One and fell down. He tripped and fell.
Oh, he fell down or he fell up the stairs?
Oh, both. I forget how it is. You should look it up. But the funny thing is he actually did that. So that created him as this uncoordinated fool, right? Then Chevy Chase played him on SNL.
Oh, wow.
So Chevy Chase was constantly tripping as Gerald Ford,
Yeah.
which is hilarious because Ford was a college football star. He was probably the most athletic president to ever be in office, considering that at least one president before him was in a freaking wheelchair, right? Ford was probably the single most athletic president ever to set foot in the office. So Ford got made fun of for tripping on the stairs. Nixon was gone. They would have roasted that dude bad.
Yeah.
But, Reagan, they just got him for loving jelly beans. They got him for loving jelly beans, and they made fun of his aw shucks persona, right? He's like, they showed him as like as a mama's boy kind of, except the mama was his wife.
Oh yeah.
He's always deferring to Nancy,
Yeah.
And then then you got first Bush. And what did they do to first Bush? I can't remember what they did to first Bush.
Mm-hmm.
They actually made fun of Dan Quayle quite a bit.
I mean, shoot. The only funny character of George Bush, the first one, was the Simpsons episode.
Yeah, well,
When
after he
Homer
retired.
when Homer fought him on the front lawn.
Yeah, and then you suddenly remembered that George Bush isn't somebody to mess with because he was actually the director of the CIA.
He was.
You forget that George Bush was the director of CIA. Remember that? He's like,
Yeah.
here's something I learned in CIA. He's like pulling out a garrote wire.
Yeah, he did. I forgot about that.
You don't have with George Bush, man.
I think, but it was like, that was one of the funnier episodes.
It was.
He did have one, like, I still think it was so stupid, but like Homer had two cutouts of his son. He was like, it's your sons, Jeb Bush Jr. and George Bush. He was like, oh, the boys are outside. He raised the thing up. I think he threw something on top of him. I was like, oh, Homer is on his ass. Like,
so every now and then Homer just is freaking brilliant.
Homer was.
Wait, didn't Bush and Homer end up in the sewers when they were fighting when he pulled
out?
Yeah.
When he say he learned this from the CIA.
Yeah, something I learned in the CIA, and he pulls out, holy crap. So there's that Bush. And of course they got him for his one-term thing. Oh, wait. So that was his big thing. And then, of course, after him, Dan Quayle had no hope of winning, right? So then you got Clinton coming on in. And they had a ton of stuff with
Clinton, but he was lighthearted though. I forgot what.
Yeah, but Clinton rides all these things well. I mean, like, Clinton got, let's see, what did they get him for?
Lewinsky.
Did they though? I mean, it happened, but did SNL jump on that and really go for it? I don't remember if they did.
I don't know.
They had at least one on it.
Yeah, they had a couple of skits on it, but that's the difference though. If that had been Trump, that would be never ending. It would be nonstop. Right.
It'll be never ending, and then people will talk about it, and like, we got a president getting his dick sucked in.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing because, all these other presidents, they did something, non-presidential, and it was just a moment, and it was gone, right? So Clinton, he got that big Willie style going on in the Oval Office, and it was like a blip, right? It was just a blip. What else? They got the Whitewater scandal, another blip, right? And of course, they made more fun of his wife than they did of him.
Oh, who?
Hillary? Hillary. During Clinton's term, Hillary Clinton was seen as like, as the Machiavellian shrew behind everything that the president was trying not to sleep with. It was pretty bad for her. Then after him, he had 2 terms, obviously. He did the 2-term thing that his dad couldn't do. And then you had Clinton I'm sorry. Then you got what's his name? You got Bush
Obama?
2.
Yeah, Bush 2. Yeah,
Bush 2 had 2 terms. Then And Bush too didn't really get a lot of crap from SNL.
No, the only thing I remember that.
Oh, wait a second, Iraq invasion.
What they do?
Remember, because we invaded Iraq claiming WMD,
Weapons of mass destruction.
We didn't find squat.
We find shit.
But then again, I don't think they really prodded him because it was a war, right? You really can't.
You can't prod a president in a war.
Honestly, it's really bad form to, because it's something that the nation's trying to do, and you trying to bring down the presidency during an actual war is kind of.
They'll do that. They'll do that to Trump.
America, right? It's like you're destabilizing the country. I mean,
they wouldn't care if it was Trump though. If Trump came and was like, they got weapons of mass destruction, they'll still try to impeach him.
Yeah,
they'll do a no King's protest.
There's that question though. I mean, like SNL, would they go all in if we were actually in the middle of a real war, like a declared full on, like Korea or Vietnam or two?
If it was Trump, yes. I don't think they'll do that with other people. Like, even thinking about it, like, did they do anything to Obama? Did they say anything about Obama?
No, Obama didn't.
Yeah, because they probably would have called him racist. The only time I ever seen anybody criticize Obama was the Boondocks, and it was somebody else who criticized Obama.
Hold on. Wait a second, guys. We should make sure that this audio is coming through. Hold on. I can see my mic reacting.
What about my mic?
There we go. I can see yours now, too. Hold on. Let me make sure that... Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't do the sound check.
Test. Okay, I can see mine. Good.
Let's see you got me?
Let's see your guys's.
Yep.
Yep. We got it going. Sound check is okay.
Okay.
Making sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, but that's the thing though. Wars are a different thing. I mean, like a real war is a different thing.
Yeah.
Just because this. Remember, okay, so none of us have been through this, but World War II, right? There's a lot of controversy surrounding how we got into it. Okay. The country wasn't fully behind being involved. I mean, think about it. The U.S. is separated from, the only war that we would really be concerned with is Canada or Mexico because they touch us, right?
Mm.
But what was happening in the Pacific theater and in the European theater were totally, like an ocean away, right? We had the Pacific between us and the war in the East. We had the Atlantic between us and the war in the West. Actually, it's weird how you call it East and West, right?
But if we're in the middle, it's the East and West.
Yeah. So if you really think about it, we had that big buffer. There's no way that they're going to march over and attack us, right? So the U.S. felt really secure and and the population are this is not our war. Why do we want to send? We were sending, we were blockading. We were sending materials and that form of aid, right? But we weren't involved in the war as a combatant, right? And the reason why is the country didn't want to do it. Like no one was really rushing to do it because they're never going to touch us, no matter who wins. Like they ain't going to touch us. And the only reason why we jumped into it with manpower is because Japan hit us.
Yeah.
Right? It was a direct attack on us. Now we have, and the public was fully behind that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay. And there's controversy in that supposedly, and we will never know probably, there's talk that at the highest level they knew it was coming. They even knew, maybe not to the day, but they knew it was imminent. They knew that Japan was going to attack us. They had intercepted enough intelligence and movement of ships. They knew that it was going to happen, and they let it happen. See that. They let it happen in order to get the country behind the effort.
Yeah, because I believe that wholeheartly.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, we'd have never jumped in, right?
Yeah,
and so
if they would have swatted Japan and they never hit Pearl Harbor, do you think What do you think the U.S. would have did?
Well, here's the thing, though. In order for us to have preemptively struck Japan, we would have to declare war. Right? We would have. I mean, the president would have had. They would have had to come out with the intelligence and convince Congress to allow a declaration of war. I'm not sure if that's the right term. Right? The president can declare war, but it has to be, and I'm not sure the right terminology, but it has to pass. I mean, there's the checks and balances of the system, right? The president can't just declare war without Congress backing it, right? Which is something that they're debating now, because supposedly the president's declared war on drug traffickers in the Caribbean.
Oh yeah.
So
Maduro.
that's kind of, it's like, is it really war? I don't know, but
some people ready.
yeah, but now, like, that's the thing. And so we've seen what happens when the country is not in agreement. Like Vietnam, we had a country, half of it didn't want to go, half of it was gung ho, and they can never agree on anything about it. And we kind of went half-assed in Vietnam, right? We didn't go after like we did with World War II, right? Even Korea was kind of half-assed. We stopped when we should have chased them, and like, we could have stomped China down right there, right? Anyway, so and lawmakers know this now. I mean, like, they're more nuanced. So back then, they didn't. So that's why when W went all WMD, yes, there were lawmakers opposed to going in there, right? But they toned down their rhetoric and they let it happen, right? Because if they had fought him on it, then we'd probably do a Vietnam in the Middle East, because the Iraq War ended with Saddam Hussein getting deposed and captured. I mean, that effectively we effectively won that war. Whether or not the reasons we went in ended up being justified, because at the end we looked and said, "Oh, didn't find squat," right? But they allowed it. They allowed us to do it. When I say the lawmakers allowed it to go through and happen, and nobody questioned. Like, no major outlets questioned our right to be there or do it, right? Because you start questioning that, then it risks our fighting men and women, right? So the question is, if we were to honestly go toe to toe with who knows, Russia, China, whoever it is that Trump can actually declare war on. Right, and we commit. So let's say he declares war, it gets backed, and they go in for it. SNL constantly attacking the war effort. I mean, like, they would probably get a real stern visit from some extreme higher ups, telling them back the fuck down, because you're just hurting our guys. I mean, like, every time you do something think about it. Vietnam, constant protests, right? Constant protests of that war, calling out our troops for doing things. I mean, like, okay, so I mean, I know a few Vietnam veterans, and they actually talk about coming home and being called baby killers.
Yeah, people don't respect veterans. I mean, and I'm not gonna say it's hard, but it's like, you were like a drone, like, what I'm saying. You took orders and didn't really think, like, what were the repercussions, and you were putting. And honestly, like, I feel bad for some of these people, because, like, they're put in situations where it's like they just went and applied for a job. They, like, people who went to Iraq did not want to go there and do what they had to do. People who went to Vietnam did not want to have to do some of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because they. Yeah, like, they got met with stuff that we will never imagine.
They didn't even realize they'd be out there. I mean, like, a lot of them figured, oh, it's a great way to go to college.
Exactly, right? It's crazy because, like, it was a movie. I mean, well, of course, it's a book too. All Quiet on the Western Front, and it's the same thing. they like people don't understand how horrific war is until you're in it. You don't realize like how combat is. Like I think now, and what I really like, a lot of the movies that depict war are so graphic to where I don't agree with it at all.
Oh yeah,
I remember watching Forrest Gump, and I still didn't think war was that traumatic.
oh dude, when you some of the hyper realism, I mean, but here's the funny thing: there is a small group of people, right, who who are jonesing for action,
True.
right? I mean, like they're the one. I mean, these are the guys who basically they're lifers. They're there looking for the next conflict. But it's, yeah, so but think about this. Think about like a bunch of protests in the country. You're there doing your job because they are doing a job. Because it is a job. I mean, if you really think about it, for most people, because I mean, okay, if it wasn't a job, they wouldn't be paid.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't feel like they get paid enough.
Yeah, it's a job, and that's the reason why a lot of the guys I know, like once they go private contracting, it's a whole different ballpark.
Oh, they get paid way more.
Oh, dude, private contracting is insane. But the thing about private contracting is you're going to be in the shit all the time for most of these guys.
Oh, you're always fighting?
Well, you're not always fighting. See, private contractors typically their security is what they is what they are. So they're security in high risk areas, right? So they're in war zones as private security for people who are in the midst constantly in the midst of conflict. Right, so they have a higher chance of getting hit than anybody else. But the money is insane. I guess it depends on what you want to risk for your money, but the money can be insane. But just imagine like the country is not behind what you're doing. You're over there doing your job, right? You're just some regular guy. I mean, like even a cook on base, you're doing your job.
You're doing your job.
And there's half the country that is basically, they're acting as if you can choose not to do your job.
Yeah,
it's nothing you can do. That ain't how it works. I mean, like you're in the military, you follow orders, right?
You follow orders, even if you have to go find weapons of mass destruction, even though you're not about to
there. It. Or you follow order. I mean, like it's like like a bunch of protesters here, like are saying that the war is wrong and that the troops shouldn't even be there, and you in the military being there, you're not part of the problem. That's your job. I mean,
it's your job, and we need a military.
Yeah.
It's the people who call those shots that are the problem.
Yeah. I mean, and do they even realize what happens? I mean, if somebody in the military chooses not to follow orders?
Oh yeah, they get reprimanded.
Beyond reprimanded. I mean, like it could screw your hunt. I mean, like if you don't follow orders, I mean, you're looking at. I mean, depending on especially what they're asking you to do, you're looking at court martial, dishonorable discharge. That follows you.
Yeah.
Right. That's always gonna be a question. You've been dishonorably discharged.
Yeah.
It's almost for certain career moves. It's almost like having been in jail.
That's true. I think until I would hate for it to happen. It isn't until we have another 9/11 type incident or a string of them to where people will actually give respect to people in the military.
Yeah.
Like I just seen this movie. I want to say it's on Paramount Plus. Is it on Paramount Plus or yeah, it's on Paramount Plus. It's called Warfare, and it's directed by like a former Army vet. Where like I felt like this wasn't even. It was no plot, no nothing. It was just really It was just warfare. They took you in a day where these guys had to shoot it out with. I'm not gonna say the Taliban, but people in Iraq, because like this is before ISIS. Like literally, they show up and they show like the military, like they worked at night. Because I just started hearing
it actual real footage or is it?
No, it's not real footage. It's a remake of something that actually happened.
Okay.
Where these guys was in an apartment, military guy. They in an apartment. They tracking some suspects, and the suspects find them and shoot it out with them. And it kind of like you kind of made you think to yourself, well, you in their country. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm seeing all sides from in this movie. I'm like, well, you in their country. Despite what you in their country for, you in their country, and they shot it out with them. And it was like they were outgunned. Where like the climax is that they get hit by a rocket, and like they showed the people who got hit by the rocket after the movie. These guys
Oh,
can't
the
even
real
walk
people.
anymore. Yeah, it was real people. They
Yeah.
can't even walk anymore.
Oh yeah.
So it's like they showing all of that where it was just like, why were they there? Why did they have to go through that?
I mean, that's why it should be the last resort.
It should be the last resort. But I feel like, I mean, it's just like how, like, I hate bringing up conspiracies, but it's just how I think. Like how you just said like they knew about Pearl Harbor and they kind of let it happen.
Not kind of. They did let it happen.
They let it happen. I feel the same way about 9/11. Like that could have been prevented. Somebody wanted us to go to war.
Well, I see that one. I'm not so sure about. Just because.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, you can argue back and forth on that. I mean, like, honestly,
I'm not because we don't know the truth.
yeah, honestly though, as a move, that's pretty bold. That's a pretty bold. Allowing that to happen to
I don't think nobody's
justify
that
war
greedy,
on,
but I'll be surprised.
and that was a moment though, dude. The war on terror. Think about that. There's no
The war
defined
on terror.
country. It's the war on terror.
Yeah.
Right. That's never been done before. It's a pretty bold move. So could it have been? But the one thing that makes you rethink if it was a calculated move is that that moment shook up all U.S. intelligence. Okay, it pointed out all the glaring holes in our intelligence structure. The fact that the agencies don't communicate with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The fact that you could just hop on a plane with anything.
Yeah, at least not in a meaningful way. There's way too many things that fall through the cracks because they dismiss them offhand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's like and so it did mean like it completely changed the way that intelligence and law enforcement worked. I mean, it was massive. And so, yeah, I mean, could it have been orchestrated? I mean, not orchestrated. Could it have been something they knew about let happen? Possible, right? Maybe it can go both ways. But when you look at, and the thing is that time will tell on that. The more that comes to light regarding what led up to it. Because now we're looking at Pearl Harbor, and there was, there's a lot there that it's a conspiracy theory, yeah, but it's quite possible. And other items, right? Like, did we have to drop atomic bombs on Japan? No, we didn't.
We didn't. Like it was thousands of people who died.
Well, but here's that question though. Okay, so it brings up a question. Okay, so we as Americans and as American leaders, they worry about Americans, right? See, to me, whatever saves American lives in a conflict is all I care about, right?
True.
I will give up 10 times their population to save like 100 Americans.
True.
Right. And so did we have to drop the bomb? I mean, like, we would have won anyway. That's a fact. I mean, like, they're a nation. Even when they attacked us, they were pretty much a nation on their lap. They attacked us because they had been cut off from all supplies. There's no way that they would I mean, like, they're an island nation with no resources. They have no oil. They do not have oil. All the fuel that runs the war machines is coming from oil, right? They have none of it, right? And with us ruling the seas, they'd never get any, and they would at some point in time just grind to a halt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even when they first started up with us, that was desperate on their part. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Super desperate move. They had to. Okay, they thought, well, let's make this move while we still have the strength. They thought that maybe they'd be able to take us on, right? They still had the strength. Because if they'd waited long enough, it'd be over for them, right? So do we have to drop a bomb on them? No, we would have won anyway, right? But that may have ended the war weeks earlier, months earlier, right? And weeks and months with the way the Japanese fought us was a lot of lives.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I forgot what movie did I see where it was like,
Oh, the
'cause
Japanese,
they did land and fight in Japan, didn't
they
they?
were brutal. No, we never fought there. We never had a land invasion Japan. Oh, what's it called? I think we did land in
It was
like Okinawa.
Okinawa.
We did land in Okinawa. Iwo Jima was where they planted the flag. But the most intense fighting was in the Philippines.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, like, and the Japanese in the Philippines were pretty much, they were fighting to the last man. I mean, they didn't give up.
hmm
I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, like, in one way, that's, that's the last measure type situation, but they did not give up.
Yeah.
They basically, their goal was to take as many people with them. That was their entire goal, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, especially with an imperial fighting force, that's admirable. Okay,
But that's why, like, I feel like it's just like war doesn't really make sense to kind of solve problems. That's just me, like, you know what I'm saying. Of course, I
well,
can.
remember, it doesn't solve problems. Remember, you don't solve problems with war,
Uh,
right? Okay, so the only justification for war in the past,
mm,
and we've evolved as a race of people, as a human race, we've evolved past it, which is kind of, I don't know, a lot of ways I think that we humans have evolved too much beyond nature, right?
mm,
We're reaching a point where we make decisions that are unnatural, right?
yeah,
Nations have always tried to expand. It's
true.
always been the way they were. And in the past, it was through wars that they expanded. Either wars or alliances, right? You formed alliances until it didn't work and then you went to war,
Mm,
right? So a lot of the alliances in the past, especially when things were ruled by royalty, were created through marriage.
mm.
Oh, which queen was that? Is it Queen? One of the is it Queen Victoria, whose children basically ran every country in Europe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get this. This is where it's like coming into World War One. The Kaiser, the King of England, and the Tsar were all first cousins.
Oh yeah. I remember
Okay, you
that.
got to realize their grandmother, right, married off her kids to all the royal families all over Europe. Basically, it was all one big pseudo British family.
And even that, like, you put the public into a war, like that's
Well, it crumbled. I mean, like, they like I said, they use marriage to kind of make ties
keep
until it
power,
doesn't work, right?
right?
Until one of them finally realizes. I mean, wars happen because some country wants to expand its borders.
That's all.
That's how it happened. I mean, like,
Expand their borders and want more resources.
yeah, that's how it always has worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think even like the whole Taiwan China
Mm.
situation. It's really like they're just trying to expand their border and make sure they're not blocked in by the U.S. having control in Japan and the control in the Philippines.
Well, I mean, Taiwan and China is more of a pissing. I mean, like
That too.
that's more of a grudge match between cousins, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
That's what that is, right? I mean, you have, and here's what's crazy. This is what's really crazy. The only reason why Taiwan exists is because of Maoist China. If I'm hoping I'm getting this right, right? It is China's reforms that booted out all the highly educated people,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah,
They
yeah.
they look down upon the overly educated, right?
Mm-hmm.
The elites. They look down upon the elites, and so they came
Mao
in.
and them being communists, right?
Yeah, they came in there, and it was a brother thing. Like, they basically wanted to bring communism slash socialism into play. They wanted to get rid of all these ruling class people. They wanted the people to rule through communism, right? So they want to get rid of all the ruling class people, the rich people, the overly educated. So if you had a PhD, you were pretty much screwed. You could be put in prison for being for being too educated.
Mm-hmm.
They seized all your properties, and so people fled, with hard wealth.
Yep.
Precious metals and stones. Uh, they
went to this island.
they bailed, right? The intelligentsia bailed. Some came to America. There's a ton of really wealthy Chinese people from that time in Vancouver. Okay,
Makes sense.
they went there. Some went to the Philippines. So I mean, they just ran to wherever they could, right?
Where they didn't have to deal with communism.
Yeah.
Because I realized like after communism, China was broke.
Yeah. And what's crazy is that, these policies that they enacted imploded. I mean, the policies that they had, they tried to subjugate nature. Right? This is crazy. Do you guys know that they had this thing about pests? They were trying to get rid of pests. Among those pests were, I want to say sparrows or swallows, a bird, right? Like the little bird. They try to get rid of these things. And you know why they try to get rid of them? Because they ate grain.
Oh, yeah.
So they saw these birds as a threat to food production for humans. Okay, but more than grain, they ate insects. Okay, so it turns out that these birds were what they call a keystone species.
Mm-hmm.
You eliminate that, and the whole ecosystem starts to collapse.
True.
Right? So they were actually giving bounty. I mean, they were a shoot on sight and poison animal. They were killing them. Okay, and China just, they didn't. Like there's another insect. I think there's the birds and something else where they try to eliminate them, and it just wreaked havoc. And everything about what went on collapsed. And look at it now. What's crazy is that Taiwan became a financial powerhouse. I mean, like, look, there's a whole made in Taiwan thing. What's in Taiwan now? Factories. I mean, they're producing goods. There's intellectual property coming out. Taiwan is a modern place. It's a capitalist economy.
Yeah.
Right? What is China now? China still says they're communist, but they're not. There's McDonald's in China. There's more millionaires popping out of China every minute than most. China's turning capitalist because their socialist system, their communist system, failed.
Yeah.
Same thing with Russia. All these countries that fractured
were communist.
The world. Yeah.
They changed.
Failing gloriously. And now, pretty much China is what Taiwan is. And I mean, think about it. I mean, like Taiwan is sitting there going, why should we become part of you again? Because it's like we split off and did this thing and you guys did this failed thing and now you're us again. And you want to, no, it's like, why do they want to reunify with China?
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting scenario in the future. I just wish it doesn't come to war, even though it's looking like it will.
Another thing, though, here's what's funny. There's no way that Taiwan can go to war with China. It's impossible, except with its allies, right?
Oh, yeah, they got to use their friends.
But allies-wise, do they have any? Really, technically, not really. Because
technically not, but
because the U.S. does not recognize them as a country.
They say that, but they do.
Yeah, because we need them.
Yeah, and we're not trying to do that because we're not trying to make China mad.
Yeah, we're not trying to make waves, but they it's like one of those unsaid things. But what's crazy is this, okay? What nobody ever talks about is that these Taiwanese people are Chinese. They're from mainland China. Okay. When they went to Taiwan, there were Taiwanese people there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was natives.
There are natives there. Okay. The natives of Taiwan, in terms of the look of them, they have more in common with like the natives of, let's say, northern Philippines or like southern Japan than they do with Chinese people. They are not Chinese looking at all. They look like
islanders.
People look like islanders, and but they're distinctly different looking. They're a very unique race of people, and they're now a marginalized group in their own country. Okay, so the Chinese came to, it was not an unoccupied island. There were people there. Okay, but once again, that's the way the world works. If you aren't strong enough to hold on to your shit, you're going to lose your shit.
Yeah.
Right? That's
That's
how
what's
it's always
happening.
worked. That's the reason why reparations don't. How are we ever gonna like make the Native Americans whole again in terms of like an insurance situation? We can't. I mean, the entire continent was taken from them, right? But that's how things were done back then. We can't
Yeah.
superimpose today's values on the actions of the past.
That's true. But I think what you can do is not oppress them to where
Oh,
they
I
will
mean, yeah,
have.
obviously you don't oppress them because things are different now. So we going forward, things are different. But what happened in the past happened. Because think about it. If we were to give the land back to the Native Americans or try to compensate them for it, right? The entire world would be screwed, right? Because now at that point in time, Spain and the U.S. would have to compensate the Philippines, right? We'd have to compensate Cuba. Well, not us. Spain would have to compensate Cuba. Um,
And the
and
French gonna
we
have
as
to
Americans wouldn't
compensate
be the ones
everybody.
compensating the Native Americans. It would be the British and the French. They're the ones who
Yep.
took it in the first place, and then us later on, right? As America, right? The entirety of South America would have to be compensated
Compensated.
by Portugal, Italy, Spain. I mean, I think Italy, but all these countries. I mean, the entire world has been rewritten through conflict. There's no way that. And if you go back even further, right? So the countries that did all this to the world, they were conquered too, right?
Mm.
In the end, the earliest cultures would have to pay everybody, like the Greeks and the Romans would owe everybody because they took over.
Everybody.
Freaking Alexander the Great took over the world, right?
Yeah,
In his
I get
time,
it,
doesn't like
I get it, but
yeah.
I think a form of reparations, right? And the only thing is like China not going to hear this. You know what I'm saying? China ain't about to listen to me. Just leave it as it is, and we can't take over. You know what I'm saying? Because look what's happening with Ukraine and Russia.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Literally trying to take over a country.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
say trying to take over a country.
here's that thing though. I mean, like are those the new rules? I mean, are the new rules you can't take over anything anymore? Is that how it works now?
I feel like it should. The map is already set, but people want to change the map, and it is
Well,
what it is.
I mean, but remember, even in the past, right? So in the past, let's say,
Mm,
okay, so the map has been set many times over, right? So let's forget about discovery, right?
mm,
So like when the European nations sailed the world and quote unquote discovered all these countries, right? Let's talk about stuff that's a little bit more modern after that,
mm,
right? Like what do we have? Who's taken the creation of Israel,
mm,
right? The creation of all the Soviet countries, the Soviet republics,
mm.
because that all happened. All those land masses were restructured after
Yeah,
World War II. Okay, so that's what happens when you're on the losing side. You end up getting your crap divided amongst the winners, right?
hmm,
Okay, right. So, they have countries have gone in there and annexed other countries. They've done these kind of things. The only reason why you can't do it anymore is because the world's divided into people who've allied with each other,
true.
right? But the funny thing is this is Ukraine, right? So Ukraine is calling out to everybody else who are supposed to be their allies, okay, to try, hey, help me, right? Only
Yep.
reason why Russia can't commit its full military might is that other countries may step in, right?
Yeah, that's true. Like
But
other
will
countries have
they?
already stepped in. That's why it's like, I like and
Wait, but when you say stepped in, how have they stepped in? I mean, like,
I
have
mean
they
they
committed?
supplying aid, they supplying weapons,
Yeah, but have they
and they
commit?
doing it on consignment.
But have they
Like
committed
they not
troops?
really giving money from
So
Ukraine.
remember, aid and weapons is one thing. That's what we were giving Europe in World War II. We did, but
Yeah.
what will it take for those countries to actually step in with a military?
I think what will happen, and I think this would, if Putin goes nuclear, people gonna step in.
Dude, nuclear. It's. Do you mean goes nuclear as in uses nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't. Nuclear weapons, I think, are the. I don't think we're in danger of nuclear except from one place,
China.
Korea, North Korea.
Oh, yeah, because it's like
the thing is,
you know,
nobody's dumb enough to. I mean, using a nuclear weapon pretty much is like. Okay, so you know the concept of you take your ball and you go home,
yeah,
right? Like Elon Musk did that with business in California. He was
Mhm.
tired of how California was treating him. And he took his ball and he went home to Texas, of all places,
yeah.
right?
Even
Okay.
though that wasn't his home, but yeah,
He
took
left.
the
He left
ball
the
and
court. He
left.
said, "Screw you guys! I'm playing somewhere else." He grabbed his ball, which is his company's, and he went somewhere else, right?
Right.
And you can do that because you can go flourish somewhere else. Once you drop a nuclear weapon, you've pretty much ruined the court. That's the equivalent of saying, dude, grabbing your ball and then destroying the court, so no one
Yeah.
else can ever use it again. Right?
Right.
It's a court you wanted, so that's like saying, if I can't have it, nobody will. Right? And boom. But it doesn't just stop there. You're poisoning the air. I mean, like, you've no one's dropped them after Japan, because
Right.
people know that there's no coming back from it,
It's no coming back.
right? And no one's dumb enough to do that because everybody else has them too now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Making that move is pretty much saying, like, let's give up and let's let a few generations later work this out, because that's how long it's going to take before society
Yeah.
comes back together.
And that's like, man, that suck. It doesn't, like, kind of going back to, like, did America have to do that? Did they?
Well, we didn't know exactly. We didn't exactly know the long-term effects of it. We did not know that, because you got to realize we didn't know the long-term effects, because if we did, we would not have tested it on ourselves.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We tested it here. I mean, freaking, it was at the Arizona desert. We
Mhm.
actually tested it here, and we had troops watching it to see what the effect would be.
Yeah.
They didn't really expect all the stuff that came with it, right?
Right.
And after they tested it, they didn't wait long enough to see the long-term effects. Because if they had seen the long-term effects of what happened to us, they may not have done that, right?
Yeah.
But, so I don't think Russia is going to... See, the only reason why I'm scared, I mean, the country that would do it would be North Korea. Because North Korea, they're pretty... It's like I guess as Trump would call it, it's a shithole. I mean, like, the people are starving, right?
People are starving.
They
It's
have
a
no
military
trade with the
regime.
world. Yeah, it's
They actually believe that this guy is the supreme leader, which
Yeah.
is a total
a
lie.
God-given thing to him, right?
Yeah, like
And
it's a whole bunch of stupid stuff that they believe.
yeah, it's insane, and they have nuclear capability, right? That's the one place that would do it, because things ain't getting better for them anytime soon anyway.
And then they're gonna blame America for it anyway.
Yeah.
It's actually a Japan type of situation. Oh, America has us blockaded. We need to strike.
Yeah,
Where it's like, come on, bro. Like, nobody really thinks about you until you started shooting rockets in the air.
yeah.
To be honest with you, and really, he's testing because he really does want to nuke us, and he doesn't even have a real reason.
I mean, and the thing about it is, he hasn't got much to lose. I mean,
He don't got nothing to lose. He'll lose his life.
Look at what he's in charge of. I mean, look at his country. There's not a lot there that they can build on, right? I mean,
True.
in order for them to progress as a country, he'd have to radically change his government and his policies. I mean, like, for him, it's shameful, right? He'd have to go back on everything he said, so it ain't happening.
Yeah, I know. Because I mean, if some of them people came or were able to actually go to other countries, and you realize how dumb what you guys believe in is, yeah, it'll be over for his country.
And so, but no, then comes the question. I mean, like, are borders set now? I mean,
I believe they are, but
I mean,
they changing.
Can a country like Russia, because if if Russia does go full on with Ukraine, not nuclear, if Russia goes and commits the bulk of its forces to take Ukraine, will any country actually step in with a military to help? Because I mean, they can give aid all they want. They can give money. They can give supplies. They can give weapons all they want, right? But will a country step up and risk its citizenry to do it?
I mean,
right? We don't know.
You know,
We don't know yet.
I think it will only happen if it was a lie. Like, oh, Russia struck us with a missile.
Well, no, let's say
like
Russia does fully commit to jumping into the Ukraine. I mean, so Russia is not going to attack any of its allies. They're just going to focus on Ukraine, commit all its military power to steamrolling these guys, right? Will anybody actually step up? Right? Because none, like, you know, think about it. If you were the head of another country, none of your people are dying.
Nope.
Right? None of your people are dying. You're sending missiles, you're sending jets, you're sending tanks, you're sending money. Right? But you're not risking any of your people's lives. Are you going to send your guys in there? Now you are. And the thing is it's Russia, right? Russia is freaking huge. Okay? Nobody doubts their military capability. Right?
No.
If you send in your troops against Russia after they're done with the Ukraine, they're definitely coming after you because you just declared war on Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like, it's one of those calling people's bluffs thing. Right?
Yeah.
You don't know if, I mean, Russia's sitting there going, all these guys are like protesting my moves, but will any of them actually go to war with me? As Putin's thinking that. Putin's thinking, will any of them actually go to war with me?
No.
Right? And, you know, they can take anybody. They can take anybody on. They can't take them all on. Right? But
It'll have to be all of Europe versus Russia.
yeah. Okay.
I think they'll put them in his place, though, to be honest with you.
See, or it could be China against Russia. That's like, no, the pretty much all of Europe against Russia is one thing, or China against Russia is another one, or us against Russia.
Honestly, I don't think China and Russia will go against each other because I think they have like an alliance right now.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever go to war with Russia. Like, really, and it will be amazing if Trump actually stops the war.
Yeah.
If he stops the war in Ukraine, I might have to put him on the ballot of the greatest president of all time. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he actually can do it because after he did the little peace, what did he do with Russia and Alaska? It was like a peace talk.
Russia.
They were just in Alaska.
Dude, Alaska's us.
No, I'm sorry. They met in Alaska. Like Trump and Putin met in Alaska and they spoke. And like now they want to build a bridge between Alaska and the Bering Strait. I mean,
remember the Bering Strait was a bridge. There was in the old days that's how the Americas got populated. The Bering Strait was an existing land bridge during Ice Age or whatever, and the
it'll freeze over.
Yes, and the people of that area. That's why Native Americans and all the natives in America, Canada, North America, South America, they're all one people. They're all basically Eskimo types. I mean, they're all from Russia, they're from northern Russian area. They're Asiatic is what they are. That's why when you look at old Native Americans, they look like old people from Kamchatka. Which is kind of weird. It's like, oh, look, it's an old Native American, it's an old Chinese person. They look the same.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I see. I get it. I mean,
so it's weird. I mean, like, we'll never fight them because, you know,
I won't want to fight.
It's really hilarious, though, how much access Trump and Putin have to each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. It's just one is at war, and it's like, come on, man. Like, I feel like Trump is like, come on, bro. Like, stop this. Like, it's unfair now. Because I like it. Like, you making us spend all this money because they're coming to us.
Yeah, but here's
you know what I'm saying? They coming to us, and we
do what? Why are the borders? Why is the map set?
Why is the map
set? I mean, like, it's a societal thing that makes it set, right? Can Russia annex a small country and make it part of them? Yeah.
They
Right?
did.
Well,
They did that with Crimea.
Yeah, they have. But why are other countries stepping in to?
Because it's like after you do Ukraine, what you gonna do next?
That's exactly it, right?
It's like what else are you gonna what you gonna try to do Poland next?
Yeah, I mean it is a gigantic bluffing game. It is a big game of poker, right? I guess the only countries that don't have anything to worry about are the countries that have nothing to give, right? They
Right.
got nothing that Russia wants.
I mean, because at the end of the day, I remember I was like, people was like, man, I'm wrong for this, but I would have let Russia and Ukraine unify if Ukraine was kind of with it. But like, I think like one of the things that I saw, right, that they talked about Crimea, because I didn't know, I never thought about going to Crimea. I heard Crimea was cracking.
It is.
Like,
Yeah.
I heard it was like a player's paradise. And then Russia came back and took it over, and now it's like ultra Orthodox Christian. Like, it's not cracking no more. And it's like, okay, I don't want them to take over nothing else. Y'all got Crimea, leave Ukraine alone.
Well,
That's
no,
when I changed my
I think
tune.
Crimea is still a happening place.
You think it's under Russian rule?
Well, dude, remember Russia is not what people think it is because people think it's something because of what it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Russia is. I mean, they say they're socialist. They're not. I mean, Russia is capitalist.
Capitalism, yeah.
I mean, Russia.
They have free enterprise.
Russia is like America was years ago, right? Russia's a better place for capitalism than here right now. Right? The people have fully embraced it. Right? And the reason they fully embrace it is they've lived in a world under socialism and they all know it sucks. Okay? The only people who've ever lived under socialism that want it back are people with no goals.
The only people who want it back are in New York. They about to go be
Well, no, remember, New York's never felt it. They don't want it back. They want to try it. Right?
They want to try socialism after watching everybody say it's whack.
See, nobody has ever lived under it and wanted it back except for those people who basically don't want to work. Right?
Yeah, true.
If you just want to scrape on by with what the government doles out to you in a bread line, you'd rather do that than work to earn something. You want socialism, right? If you basically, because under socialism everybody receives the same thing, right? There's no difference in terms of lifestyle between a doctor and a janitor. And not that we're knocking people who are janitors, but there's a different level of education, and normally in a capitalist society, there's a whole different level of lifestyle between those two, right?
So
a lawyer,
guess,
like a lawyer and a bank clerk, right? There's a big difference, right? Under socialism, they're the same, right? The government provides everything. So you're all the same. I mean, like, nobody, so like if you're that guy who wants to, like, I don't know, file papers for the government, and do nothing else with your life, and you want to earn the same level of money as a doctor, yeah, they're socialism. Okay. Do you guys remember when there was Raymond's a bit young, but when there was a Cold War and you actually saw cars in Russia? So when they had movies that showed the Russian side of things, right? Dude, even party members drove really crappy cars. They were made by the Russian government, and they were awful. They were awful, awful, awful cars. And party leaders would be driven around in these crap cars. Okay? Everybody had the same everything. Right? It's just, who wants that? Right? Who wants to not be rewarded for innovation? Right? That's what New York is flirting with right now. New York is flirting with a system that is like that, which is crazy.
I don't think it's going to work. I think it will probably come to a point where we just like, man, we got to let them fail. We got to let them fail. And then
but how does that work? if they become like that, how does that?
Okay. So this is what's different. This is the difference between that and between real socialism and what you can do in the U.S. Right, especially as a single state. They can't pay everybody the same. That's not how it's going to work. What they're going to do is they're going to provide all these services to everybody.
So there'll still be a level of payment.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I mean no, I mean jobs will be jobs, but they will provide everything. They'll try to provide like
healthcare.
housing at a certain level. They'll provide so like they talk about universal. It's like oh shoot, like a universal income. So everyone has a universal income at a certain level. It's like receiving SS from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They'll have health care, free school, everything will be free. Everything that you normally pay for from a governmental standpoint will be free. Right? But here's the problem, and this is where they're going to really run into issues. Where's the money come from the state to provide all that? The state can't ask for it from the federal government because the federal government will look at you and say, you guys want socialism? Have fun with that. They ain't going to give them nothing, right?
Yeah, that's what's happening in Chicago.
Yeah, it's going to come from the state taxpayers. The state will increase all their state taxes to cover all the costs of this stuff. That's what they'll do. And so what's going to happen is if that happens, all the people who are making a lot of money and not effectively minimizing are going to leave. Like, look, that's one of the reasons why Musk left California. He was sick and tired of paying for all the stupid stuff that California wanted. And he left. And they have the right to.
Yeah.
I was just watching a video talking about Puerto Rico. And I don't even know how this works, okay? Puerto Rico is part of the US. Okay? People born in Puerto Rico are Americans.
Yeah.
Okay? But they don't pay taxes the same way that we do.
Yeah, you pay less.
They don't pay anything.
Isn't it a state?
Yeah,
or is it a country?
There's no federal taxes there.
There's no federal or local. I mean, federal or state.
So I got to look more into this. Okay, but get this.
Because that's where Logan Paul and Alex Monopoly and all of them there.
So this video talked about Logan Paul making the move to Puerto Rico. So this is the rule. So if you invest in Puerto Rico, okay, and you commit to living there, okay, you got to spend 6 months there or something like that, then you can be a Puerto Rico investor, and you pay 4% tax. That's it, flat 4%.
So you telling me like Puerto Rico is like the Monaco of the West?
Yeah. And so AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was complaining about that shouldn't be done. That's like, she said that, okay, what she says is that bit of that happening in Puerto Rico is going to create an imported ruling class. That's her thing. That's what she actually said that. It's going to create an imported ruling class of people. So all these billionaires and millionaires will move to Puerto Rico, and they'll have so much more money than the people in Puerto Rico, and they'll instantly form this ruling class, right?
So,
but it's a scenario of, a rising tide. Wait, how does it go? The tide raises all ships. I mean, it doesn't matter if when the money flows into Puerto Rico and they start spending it there. Okay, everybody's going to benefit, right? People will spend more money in the locally owned restaurants, Puerto Rico, right? There'll be more jobs. Puerto Rico will benefit from this influx of capital. Okay, and they charge 4%. That 4% on multi-billion dollars of income coming in is quite a bit of money for an island nation.
It is a lot of money. Like, I mean, shoot, even if they was getting 10, it's like, man, that's life changing for Puerto Rico. I think more people should move.
They're getting 4. They're gunning for 4%.
So I mean, look, you get 4% tax. That's it.
Yeah.
And I understand like the Paul brothers, like, shoot, earth my turf. train in Puerto Rico. I'll come over here when I need to.
See, so it's not just high end. So there's been a couple billionaires that have gone there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's all like they interviewed one lady who's a like she's a psychologist or psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
She does her she's running her practice from Puerto Rico. She does everything by telehealth. She does all her meetings on Zoom, and she consults. And she's, I mean, like, let's say she's making 300 or 250 a year, right?
Right.
By moving to Puerto Rico, she's effectively stopped. I mean, like, she was probably paying close to 30 something, going down to 4. That's a massive change. Plus, the quality of life is excellent. Right?
Yeah.
She lives on the beach. She lives on the beach. And the infrastructure is good. So there's good internet, and it's going to get better with all these billionaires moving in.
Mm.
And so there's a ton of pushback, but there's not a lot of pushback from. So there is some pushback from Puerto Ricans. Yes, there are some people who are complaining about it. Okay, but I don't think that these complaints are coming from ground level people.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Because they're doing, that's a lot of money flowing in that country.
Yeah.
And
Like anybody who
I'm calling
complains,
it a country.
like, what you complaining about?
What is it? Is it a country? Or it's a U.S. territory?
It's a territory, yeah.
Right. So what's crazy is Puerto Ricans are Americans, but they don't pay taxes like Americans do. Go figure. Right. So so there's that. Okay. So there's that situation. So what Puerto Rico did? Now Puerto Rico is in trouble. This is a move trying to dig their way out of trouble. Okay, they've resisted these kinds of policies in the past, and so what they've done now is I guess is he a president? Whoever is the leader of Puerto Rico is saying they've laid off a lot of government workers. They've closed down a lot of government programs. Okay, and the reason why is because how can you maintain a bunch of government programs and government workers when you can't pay for it? So they're not like the U.S. that can go into debt, right? America can go, and we don't want to because remember, who do we go into debt to? Who loans us this money that we go into debt to? Only really one country can do it. It's China.
What? Oh yeah.
Okay, that massive debt that we have, that's who we owe. Okay, so I don't think Puerto Rico has the financial rating to borrow from China because China's looking at it going, you'll never pay us back. Like, dude, we'll freaking break your kneecaps and break all your fingers. You still ain't going to pay us back.
It's crazy that a country that was broke after communism, now you owe them money. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we owe China, what is it, $1 trillion? I mean, it's massive.
How though?
What's that? No, the reason why is because we just keep spending money we don't have. That's how it happened. And how does China have the money? Dude, look at their population. They're the biggest economy out there right now. They have more. Remember, once they stopped being communists effectively, they suddenly had a bunch of people who wanted to buy stuff. Think about it. They're big. They are the biggest population in the entire world. There's no country with more people than China. Right? And now they're not communists anymore, really. They say they are, but they are not. Okay? I mean, I don't even know why they're holding on to the word communist. It's just they're too stubborn to let it go, right? And true, it's quasi-communist because the government owns a chunk of everything, right? It's like the government's an investor in everything, technically, is what it is. Okay, but there's private ownership. So the government has a piece of your company, but you have more than they do. So it's like you have a little bit of a silent partner.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why China has so much money. Think about that. They own a piece of every business that operates within their borders. The government's rolling. They just have they're rolling in dough. Okay. And their people dude, in Asia, there are Chinese people traveling everywhere, buying everything. Okay, you go to like in the Philippines, they've got Hermes out. I mean, they have Hermes. I don't want to say outlets. They have Hermes boutiques. They have legitimate like super high end stuff, and you go there, and it's all Chinese and Japanese people. spending crap loads of money. Dude, if you go to Beverly Hills, there are just tourist buses full of Chinese people spending crazy money on all these luxury goods. Like, okay, my son was working at Nordstrom before he became a manager for Starbucks. He was working in fragrances at Nordstrom. He moved up the ladder pretty quick there, right?
Yeah.
And there are rules that they have. They can't sell. So Asian people will walk in trying to buy everything.
Oh.
They'll buy all the high-end fragrances to resell them in Asia.
Oh.
So some Chinese person will walk in and just drop $100,000 on fragrance and walk out with it, right? They're not allowed to sell it to them. They're not allowed to sell it to them because they're not going to consume it here. It's going to be taken overseas and it's going to dilute the market there. They have money. They have a lot of money to spend. And there's a lot of demand for luxury goods because that's their economy. So, yeah. So, I mean, how can China not have a ton of money? When you have that many people with that much disposable income spending that freely. Right? So that's why we owe them a ton of money. Because we just keep spending money we don't have.
That's crazy.
And the reason why we spend money we don't have is we're running programs we don't have money to support. So we borrow the money to support the programs that people want.
And so I thought it was all coming from taxpayers. So it's not coming from taxpayers.
Oh no, dude. The money that comes from taxpayers to pay for stuff is always short. That's why we go into debt. We go into debt to support all these programs that are, I mean, many of them are super inefficient. You know that. I mean, like the government contractors, crazy overcharging, right? They don't look at, they really don't pay attention to what they spend, right? So when you have a government contract, you can tuck a whole bunch of stuff in that they'll never notice because there's so many contracts going across so many desks that nobody has the chance to like look through every line item. So you can pad things like, you know, like I did a contract. What did I mean, this isn't even a federal thing, right? I wanted a bunch of equipment, right? That I want. I mean, like I said, I'm going through this contract, and I'm like, okay, I want all this equipment. I put it into the contract, right? And it got paid for, right? So I like you know all this specialty tools for building computers. I got a bunch of stuff, right? Toss it into the contract, inflate the number, and they went for it. You know, they don't look.
Yeah.
Right. And so yeah, that's the problem. So, but now let's talk about Puerto Rico. They don't have the borrowing. See, the reason we have the borrowing ability is there's a financial rating for countries. Not every country can borrow like we do, right?
Right.
We have good credit, right? So we have good credit and we're good for it. I mean, like, you know, we're good for the debt, so they'll give it to us, right? They'll let us, like, you know, we're suckers. Spending too much on our credit cards, essentially, is what the U.S. is doing. Okay, but Puerto Rico doesn't have that luxury. Puerto Rico can't borrow money to cover its debt. Well, Puerto Rico can't borrow money to cover its programs that it can't afford. So what do? They shut them down. Right? Programs they couldn't afford, shut them down because they can't pay for them. Right? So imagine if the U.S. couldn't borrow money, and there's a bunch of programs that need money to keep going, and the U.S. doesn't have it. The taxes have all been collected. It's not enough. What happens? Well, they're forced to shut that crap down.
Yeah, they do a government shutdown.
Well, no, beyond government shutdown, they remember some of these programs aren't even government. They're supporting. They're supporting. They're granting stuff. I mean, like, you know, remember the government shutdown is not because they can't afford to keep going.
It's because they can't agree to keep going.
Yeah, they can't agree on a budget. That's why there's a shutdown. Okay, and that's what they argue about. They argue about, well, you're asking for stuff that we can't afford, right? We have to create a budget, and here's the number that we have to spend. It's like, the budget that we're proposing and you're proposing, if we combine so if we have all of our items and all of your items, there's some stuff that they agree on, obviously, but you take all,
Mm,
it's more than there's available,
mm.
right? So yeah, so the government shuts down because they can't agree, right? But yeah, so they got to cut the fat out. They got to figure out what can we cut, who can get less money, who needs what they are asking for, what programs don't we need,
Right.
right? Have you ever seen that movie Men Who Stare at Goats? It's a what's his name? George Clooney movie, I think.
He will be
It's
in
real.
some.
Okay, the U.S. government was funding a program to try to develop people's psychic abilities.
Oh yeah.
That's
Like
real.
they fund all types of stupid
That's real.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's all sorts of crap like that that's out there, right?
Yeah.
Um,
That's what Trump came in and tried to shut down as soon as he got in the office with
yeah.
Doge.
I mean, so it goes from extremely wacky like that to things like I may be wrong in this. Is the federal government at all involved in funding family planning clinics?
Oh, Planned Parenthood?
Do they get money from the government? I don't
They
remember.
were, but I think they're defunding them now.
Yeah. So that
At
mean
one
like
point
that's
in time,
another
they
thing. I
were.
mean like that's a budget item that's controversial, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I think you need to.
I mean, some
You
people
need to
agree with
pay for
it,
that.
some people don't, but a lot of people I mean, so there's, I mean, the topic itself, some agree, some don't. But then there's the element of whether you agree or don't agree, should the government be funding it? Right?
Like yeah, it's only certain reasons why I feel like it's it's a reason for you to use Planned Parenthood. I don't think you can't use it as birth control
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just because you don't want the
a lot
baby
of
and
folks do. A lot of folks,
yeah,
I
just
mean,
because
like,
you don't want the baby. No, that's not a valid reason for me.
yeah. But I mean, but even those who do, feel it's valid, right?
Hmm.
Now the question comes: okay, it's a valid thing, but who should be paying for it? Right? Is that something the government is responsible for paying for? Let's say that you do agree with it, right? But now we ask you the question: is the government responsible for paying for that for you, right? Or is that something that you have to take responsibility for and find a way, right? That's a whole different conversation.
Take a responsibility, and then I think people will keep it in their pants.
And then there's the whole border situation,
Hmm.
right? I mean, that's a line item. Do we need more border enforcement?
Definitely, we had an influx of
Yeah, we had
illegal
a massive
immigrants.
influx of illegal
and
immigrants.
and then it correlated with the rise in overdoses where like my theory on it, or you could say conspiracy, was a lot of these people that came across the border were drug mules, and
Potentially.
the cartels made a lot of money off of a lot of these people, and now we have an epidemic, what I'm saying, in some of these cities.
Ah,
Like I had somebody walk inside the restaurant yesterday where I was like, I couldn't believe it. Walked in tripping. You know what I'm saying? They got mad when I was like, look, you need to get up.
you
It was
mean
like, you
that?
touching me?
That's not an
Yes.
everyday thing there.
No. Like I
Really?
mean, first I have homeless people, a couple people strung out, but I know who they are. This is a new one.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It was like, where did you come from? And then she had no clothes on, and it was like,
Wait, like
man,
totally naked?
no, like she just got out the bed.
Oh, scantily clad.
Yeah. Whereas like she wasn't a hoe. I know the hoes. It was just like, where did this one come from? And it was like, I was like, dang, do I like I got her out the restaurant, and then she just stood outside in front of the what was this, front of the window, and I was like, dang, do I gotta go like shoo her away? You know what I'm saying? I gave it like 10 minutes and she was gone. I was like, thank
Okay.
God. But like I've seen the effects of the drug epidemic that's going on. Like that's something that people try to put a blind eye on, where I'm like, I agree with border enforcement.
Okay, so there's
Like,
border enforcement. That's one thing. But okay, so you've seen the effects of drugs.
yeah, I believe in the border
And
enforcement.
here's the crazy thing about drug. I mean, we are, at least in this hemisphere, we are the prime consuming market. So
Yeah, it's
there's
true.
that debate. Okay. This is what's crazy. Okay. So a lot of people put it on us. They blame us
Blame
for
us as being the consumers.
being the consumers. They're blaming the consumers for the whole situation. If we didn't consume it, they wouldn't sell it to us.
True.
That people say that all the time, right? So it's funny, they demonize the US consumer for the actions of the cartels. It's like okay, here's the thing though.
Just because I'm consuming it and you selling it, that don't make you wrong and me right. We both wrong.
You're both wrong, but here's the thing though. Okay. As business people, okay, let's talk about us as business people.
Okay.
Okay. So I have owned bars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've owned establishments that sell alcohol. Okay. Part of the reason why I chose to own an establishment that sells alcohol is my product's addictive,
Yep.
right? So I want to sell something that people want, right? And thing is this, it's a legal product, okay?
True.
Do people in my old bar, did they consume too much of it? Definitely, right? They consumed way more alcohol than they should be consuming, right? In the Philippines, we don't cut you off. You can die of alcohol poisoning in the bar and it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're safe. Okay, it's all on them. If you choose to drink that much and you hurt yourself, that's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They don't. It's not like America. America blames the bar, right? So if I had my bar here and you drank in my place and you crashed your car somewhere else, you could sue me for overserving, right? Not the same in other countries.
No.
Okay, we don't. We make people take responsibility, right? I'm a business owner. I want to sell as much alcohol to you as I possibly can, right? It's your job to
Win.
cut off. We need to know when, right?
Right.
Okay. And that might be a harsh way to look at it, but that's how I look at it. Okay.
Right.
People got to have, I mean, it's like you keep ordering. Do I know that you're drunk? I mean, like, it's going to cost me way too much to maintain a monitoring system, right? Because when people order from us, they're ordering for entire tables. It's not one person buying a round for himself. And in the Philippines, you buy round. Everybody takes turns buying the table rounds. Right?
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
But that's why it's hard. Like bars are like, man, it's an ethical situation.
It is.
Like
It's an ethical dilemma.
it's an ethical dilemma because like it's hard. Like I know alcoholics, right? I know people where it's like alcohol really does affect their lives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a person who, or I'm about to go hit the bar today. I'm not that type of person. So that's why it's like, it's kind of hard for me to kind of kind of get on the level of thinking of a person who does do that. But when you really put it in a way where it's like, who do you blame or who's in the wrong, the consumer or the owner? Because I've been in situations where it's like, okay, I'm giving this person too much. How do you tell somebody like that no?
Yeah.
Because it turns into a problem.
But how do you know? Everybody varies what is too much.
Yeah, no, that's true. Like I've only like crazy. I've only been in a situation once, and we only selling wine and spirits.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, okay, I don't gave this person like 3 bottles, and it's like only 2 of them there, and it done turned up. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, if they ask me again, what am I about to say?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then next thing you know, they're stumbling out this thing.
Dude, have you ever tried not serving somebody who wants to be served? They really adamantly want to be served.
They adamantly want to be served. They say they're okay, and it turns into an argument when you're telling them no.
See, but it's a different story. It's a totally different story in America because there's rules about that. There's definitive laws about that in the U.S. That's why the bar business here is suffering because they're more concerned about restaurants, food service. I mean, like the business is not serving food, right? Or serving alcohol. It's hospitality. People having a good time is your business, right? In the U.S., they've changed things and they made it so that that's not really, a lot of these places, they make it their business getting in other people's business, right? They're more concerned about how drunk are you than about if you're having a good time, right? Like, so it's almost like the bar becomes the bar owner, the bar people working establishment become like the fun police. You can't have too good of a time in my bar, because, oh man, this is getting out of hand. You're having too good of a time. That's not the way it used to work. It's not, and that's not the way it works in other countries. That's the way it works here now. And, oh man, you've had enough. I'm cutting you off. That's not how things used to be.
But who's returning on that? That's not a return customer.
What's that?
You've had too much fun. You got to turn you away. No one's coming back for that.
Well, that's a problem. When you have limited choices, they're coming back. I mean, like if you're the only place in town, or if every place is like that, right? That's why Americans go so wild when they go to the Philippines, or then when they go to Mexico, because people there know how to have a good time, right? Mexico, Americans go buck wild because things are different. Okay. But okay, so once more, come back to that. Okay, so I've run a business where I am serving a liberating product, right? Mm-hmm. And so I have all sorts of promotions trying to get you to come in and experience my hospitality. I want you to experience my hospitality. I'm going to serve you an awesome time. You're going to alter your mind the way you want to with this alcohol. Mm-hmm. I only served alcohol. Well, of course, it's a restaurant too, but drugs are verboten in the Philippines. That's like a life sentence or a death sentence. Okay, mm-hmm. You don't mess with that. Okay, no one can deal on my premises. Okay, period. Okay, because I don't need that kind of heat. Okay,
I get it.
So, do you blame the consumer? So these cartels, right? They see this this consumer market in the U.S. that's ripe for their product. They're business people, right? They're going to try to distribute that product, get people wanting it, and then fulfill that demand, right? It's a business. It really is a business, okay? So it's a business. But the difference is it's an illegal business, right? So here's the question, okay? The war on terror, right? See, there is a war on drugs, but it's not the same. Okay, the war on drugs is more of a hearts and minds thing. Yeah. It's more of an education thing. It's more of a trying to make it a stigmatic thing that you can't do drugs. It's like, oh, you're some burnout loser if you do drugs. They're trying to tell people that they shouldn't be doing drugs, right? It's all about trying to quell the consumer, right? But, I don't blame the consumer, okay, so much as I blame the provider of it, the cartels, right? They're actively trying to get the consumers to consume that product. It's a business. It really is a business. So they're trying to get out there, and so they're using whatever means they can to market their product. Okay, whether it's when a drug dealer rolls around, he's new. It's like it's all just, especially if the product is cutting edge, it's different. It's all about samples. They give shit out to give people a taste, right? Let them know, right? Hey, this is what's happening now. Check this out. Okay, people try it and they come back for more if they like it, right? It's just good business, right? Okay, so can the U.S. wage a real war on drugs, which is what I guess Trump is starting to do now?
That's what Trump is doing. The only thing is like that one, I kind of still side eye, right? Because once again, it's the same type of setup. It's just like the war on terror, right? We have this threat, terror, drugs, or cartels. I guess it's the war on cartels, right?
Yeah.
Now this is connected to the same thing, another oil-rich nation, right? So you got another oil-rich nation that is providing something that we're scared of, and you're attempting to go to war with it. I kind of side-eyed it because it's like, man, I know you're not telling me all the truth. I already know you're not telling me everything. You know what I'm saying? You're only presenting this one side. You're presenting that, okay, this guy is not, like you're talking about Maduro. He's presenting that Maduro is not an actual president. This guy is a narco president. Like he
Okay.
has pretty much achieved what Pablo Escobar wanted to do. Be a drug dealer that became the president of the country.
Okay.
That's what they're portraying that Maduro is. So when I see pictures of Maduro and see stuff from Maduro's side, it looked like he's actually the president of this country, and then like everybody running with it. And it's like, if America want problems, come and get it. And I'm just like, that's not going to work well. Him blowing up boats off the coast, all right, do that. You know what I'm saying? What Maduro going to do? You know what I'm saying about you blowing up the boats? Go if you're going to go and do something where they can't get the drugs out, and you're going to scrutinize their trade. Okay, I can get that because we think that you're selling drugs. But a war with Venezuela, I'm totally against that,
Okay.
bro.
So let's talk beyond Venezuela. Okay. So let's imagine for a second, because it no matter where it comes from, where does it pass through?
What, the Darien Gap? Is that what it's called?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, like no matter where
It's
it
going
comes
to pass
from,
through Mexico? That's what you're trying to say?
So that's the choke point, right?
Yeah.
It has to come through Mexico somehow,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
And the Mexican president, which I like, and a lot of people say this, is a pawn. She was put in there by the cartels.
Potentially. But
I think she was.
But here's this, okay? So that the U.S. doesn't have to be in a declared war to be taking military action of a sort. Right?
They already taking military action. They
no. What I'm saying is there's military action that we're seeing, and then there's other forms of military action we never see.
Oh yeah, he's put the CIA.
Okay.
He sent the CIA to Venezuela.
So CIA operations. I mean, who knows what's going on with that, right? But CIA operations could be happening anywhere.
Oh
right?
yeah. I think they already happening.
It's happening, like but if they want to, they can. They can increase their manpower dramatically when they need to. Right? There's all sorts of contractors that they can use, that we never know about.
Right.
Okay, so if they really wanted to, okay, they could be taking action on the Mexican cartels. Okay, they could do that if they wanted to. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's the thing about it, is completely covert. No one will ever know. Okay, I forget what they're called now. They used to be called special activities.
What?
They used to be called Special Activities Division. They're called something else now. They're called something. I can't remember what they're called. Okay. They used to be consultants, and they would train foreign militaries. That's what they used to do. Okay. The earlier versions of that were the people who trained the people for the Bay of Pigs invasion. Not a good idea. Bay of Pigs invasion is the Cubans who tried to invade Cuba again.
Yeah.
And it got botched, and but they trained. They trained with our people.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, that's why we got in trouble. We trained them. We trained them. We armed them. We had intel. We sent them in, and it was all wrong. And they got massacred at the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but special activities has evolved since then. They are like they're some of the most effective fighting. I guess you'd call them, what they call them nowadays. Sure, they call them war fighters. They're some of the most effective. They're all older. There's no young people in there. So when you look at special operations, special forces, you'll see a fair number of young people, led by a fair number of middle-aged people.
Yeah.
Right? These guys are all middle-aged and older, for the most part. These are people who have spent a long time on teams and other special operators, and they're now working for these guys. Right? And they're good. I mean, there's no doubt of their experience. They're some of the most experienced fighting force you've ever seen, right? and they have very little moral boundary. Okay.
Yeah.
So sending them and those who they work with on a war on drugs could be extremely effective.
It could.
But the question is, why don't they do it? I mean, like, why isn't that happening to begin with? If it could happen, why isn't it happening?
Who says it's not happening?
Well, no, I mean, like, no, we would know because there'd be a dramatic decrease, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then now comes more conspiracy, right? One would argue that we need this conflict to be happening
because they got the oil.
Well, no, I'm not talking Venezuela. I'm talking about drugs as a whole. We need a bad guy.
Need a bad guy.
We need a bad guy, right? I mean, why do the conservatives keep talking about porous borders? Like, they make a stink about it because there's people flooding in, right? What happens if there weren't people? Like, what if the borders were loose and open, but no one was coming in?
we wouldn't have our country ain't that valuable if that was happening.
Think about it. I mean, like, and what are the people coming in? See, because they complain about the people coming in who are criminals, right? What if that was? What if fentanyl wasn't flooding our cities through the open borders? What if that wasn't happening? Like,
then we'll probably have a more of a case for having open borders.
Well, we wouldn't have much to complain about, right? There wouldn't be that big thing that the right wouldn't be complaining about it, right?
No.
What if we effectively smashed the cartels, and suddenly there was no drug trade happening, right? You know, the guys on the right use that as an excuse for a lot of things,
right?
Right. We almost need the conflict.
No, it's true. I think that's just what, like, it kind of goes back to our original thought. Like, if you let something happen, you achieve a goal. You know what I'm saying? You achieve a goal that either it helps you expand, it helps people get money, because, you know, it's a lot of people who make a lot of money off of war. You know what I'm saying? From all areas.
There's a lot of people who make a lot of money off treating these people who are addicted to these illicit drugs. There's a huge industry dealing with addicts.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I people don't like to talk about Biden's presidency, but I feel like it was the worst. Remember, he was selling them crack pipes. I feel like a lot of that was manufactured. I don't like, you can't tell me that it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, because it just, all of a sudden it just happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, it was like Trump goes and builds the wall or whatever. Next thing you know, Biden gets in and all these illegal immigrants came in, and it was like no reason why they needed to come here. You just let them come in here. I truly feel that the cartels have gotten that much powerful and have that much money where they can buy U.S. politicians. Like, that's why when people talk about, oh, you know, we want to do this for illegal immigrants, I think either a cartel might be in your pocket. I really think so. I can't, like, when people say that, I question them instantly.
Well, let's look at that Biden president. I mean, like, you know, at what point was he incapacitated? I mean, at what point was he not in control of his faculties?
Shoot, after he fell the first time, we knew he wasn't there.
Dude, but how far before that was it? I mean, like, so think about it. At what point was he this old doddering dude that other people were signing his checks? You know, I mean, like, you know, you guys know that there's this whole, like, industry where people take advantage of the elderly, right?
Yeah.
At what point was Biden that dude whose son was collecting his Social Security and spending it?
I think probably instantly, as soon as he got there. I think him going against Trump was them, like, taking abuse of the elderly, because at the end of the day, I'll blame myself because I was a little bit ignorant to it. I felt like Joe Biden was a capable candidate. Like, I still remember when Joe Biden gave it to Paul Ryan in the debate when Obama, when I forgot who was going. Was it Mitt Romney? I think Mitt Romney was going up against Obama, and I've seen that with my own two eyes. He gave it to Paul Ryan.
Dude, but remember, at that point he was a vice president.
But he was a vice president, but even he started showing the signs then. I still remember, I thought it was cool, but I didn't think, well, he's an old man. He had to do this. He had a notepad. And was writing down notes and then hitting them with the notes where I'm like, oh, he needed a little help. I didn't think about it like that. Then coming to where he had to go up against Trump, people are still thinking like, oh, he used to be the vice president under Obama. You know what I'm saying? He is competent to do this. And I think he got by and got finesse. I don't think he was competent at all.
So you think that Biden was already sliding even before he was elected president?
Even before he was elected. I think he was sliding the whole entire time.
So you believe that Biden was sliding as a vice president?
Not as a vice president. I think he was sliding as going up against Trump.
Well, remember you had said earlier that you felt that.
Oh yeah. I felt like he was sliding, but it was like a functional type slide.
Okay,
he wasn't being taken advantage of.
But think about this though. Okay, so if you believe that's where the slide had begun, that's when he's vice president.
Yeah.
Remember, 4 years went by.
4 years passed
between that moment and hitting and running against Trump.
Actually, it might have been 8. Because remember, I'm saying during the debates. This was like when they trying to get reelected. He did this to Paul Ryan, who became the Speaker of the House.
Okay.
He did that, and I remember I was like, dang, I never knew who Joe Biden was, but Joe Biden, that guy. Then he had another 4 years. Then we have Trump's 4 years. So it was 8 years that passed that. I'm not gonna say I voted for Biden, but I'm just saying like when Biden got in, I did have a certain perception. Well, he's still that guy from 8 years ago, even though it was kind of off. I didn't think it had gotten worse.
Hold on. Now I'm okay. So Quentin, run it through. It goes Obama. Then who's after? I'm embarrassed.
President?
Yeah.
I had it listed up here. Hang on,
I'm embarrassed now because this stuff is happening so hard and fast. Because Biden only had a single term. Remember, Biden after Obama it went straight to Trump.
Yeah, it went to Trump. That's what I'm saying.
So Biden as vice president was sliding in coming that second
I think
term,
he was
right?
sliding because he was using a notepad during the debate.
Yeah, so that debate was happening when he was trying to get reelected. So there's 4 more years of Obama.
Yep.
And then there's 4 years of Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it was 8 years. 8 years. I never thought of. I'm having this conversation, I didn't really think about it,
dude. And when a person's in cognitive decline, 8 years is an eternity.
Okay.
Right, you can really slide a long distance in 8 years. So you're saying that there's a possibility in your mind that dude, because the only so if you really think about it, the only reason why he won. Okay, let's get controversial. The only reason why Biden won against Trump after Trump's first term was because of just the level of controversy that they threw at Trump in his first. I mean, like, if they hadn't tried to impeach his ass multiple times, Biden would not. Basically, he stepped into the office, and I think it's weird enough. Dave Chappelle said it best on SNL when he came up to host after Trump won, right?
Right.
His thing was, let's give the guy a chance. That's what he said.
Right.
He's like, let's give this guy a chance. And like he's stepping in, let's give the guy a chance, right? Which he got shit for. Right? But the thing was that they didn't. The second he stepped in, it was just full on attack mode. Like it was not business as usual. Everybody, every senator, every Democratic senator and congressman, their entire goal was to essentially, and I don't want to use the word because YouTube won't like it. The goal was to C-block Trump.
Yeah.
And not let anything. Let's let him not get anything done was number one goal. Number two goal.
That's what they're doing now. They have a whole shutdown.
Yeah. Yeah. So the whole
they didn't do that. They didn't do that the whole time Biden was president. And remember, he didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do anything. Like everybody, those legislations that came up were people taking advantage of. Remember, men were playing women's sports. Like it was crazy when like man,
Yeah.
it was just like a year ago. It was kind of wild.
And
It
it's
was
funny.
immigrants everywhere.
That's something that most people can agree on. I mean, like I've talked to every reasonable person I've spoken to can agree. I mean, like, both sides of the aisle. That's the one thing. And I don't know why the heck it's such. Why is this still a thing? Why is it still happening? Every reasonable person I've talked to, and I have not talked to anybody unreasonable so far. Nobody I've spoken to has disagreed about the men and women sports thing, right?
No.
Some of the most liberal people I've spoken to, they kind of when that comes up, they roll their eyes. They're like, "Oh man, how come it has to keep coming back to that?" Because that makes liberal people look crazy.
Look, a war broke out between Russia and Ukraine under his watch. We had an egg shortage. We ended up having almost a recession. We had higher tax rates because we were paying for the war in Ukraine and Russia. We had mass immigration, and the immigrants was getting free money from us. Where does that happen in the world? And you telling me that he was better than Trump? Like, you lying to me? That's what I'm saying. A lot of that stuff is manufactured. People are in an echo chamber where Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. Where it's like, calm down. He hasn't even really did nothing really bad.
Now,
Even like,
now, of course, we got to put it out there. We're not saying that just because we're complaining about the Trump bad thing, it doesn't necessarily mean that Trump's all good.
Trump ain't the greatest president in the world, but he ain't that freaking bad.
Yeah. I mean, there have been worse.
I would just say, like, one of the things that he's highly scrutinized. The stuff, if Biden was doing the same thing, nobody would say nothing. If Biden was like, we're going to do tariffs, nobody would say nothing.
Yeah,
nobody would say nothing.
The thing about the Trump presidency is that, this is kind of weird to say, it's a presidency that's not afraid of taking risks.
He took a hell of a lot of risks.
I mean, it's a presidency that's not afraid to ask the question, can I do this? And, the thing is this, okay? All the stuff that he's doing, see, everything that he's doing, every single move that he makes, right? They wouldn't be able to do it, okay? I mean, like, okay, so let's say something he can't do, okay? Something he cannot do. What's something that the president definitively cannot do, right?
Put us into slavery.
Yeah, okay, that's one thing. But something that he potentially would do.
That he can't.
That he can't. Okay. Let's say that like round up all the political protesters and incarcerate them.
Oh yeah.
Like true.
Make protesting illegal.
Yeah, true. Like true fascist type shit, right? Okay, but everything he's done, there's been some sort of precedent for it, right? They may have twisted a precedent around and use it in a different way to make it justify it, right? But everything he's done, they go to sue him about, okay?
Yeah,
because. Like they're trying to say, yeah, what you're using as precedent wasn't meant that way, and they're trying to sue him, right? But it's not. But he wouldn't be able to do anything flat out illegal,
man.
Right? It's an edge of things, right? And so that's the thing. So he takes those risks, he takes those chances. It's like, okay, let's do this, and somebody will say we can't. I mean, like, there's a precedent for it, but not in this situation. And let's do it anyway. They can sue us later, right? That's the scenario. So they do it,
right?
And they sue them later. And sometimes it gets held up. Sometimes it doesn't, right? Like, okay, so the Venezuela thing, ulterior motive, yes. Okay, but then dude, ulterior motives run the world. Right. I mean,
true.
We want
ulterior
something.
motives do run the world.
See, and there's the thing. See, if you are the head of a country, let's say you're the head of an oil-rich country, right? You really don't want to give any powerful nation an excuse to step in. Think about it, right? If you were the head of Venezuela, right, And the U.S. is trying to use this whole war on drugs thing as an excuse to commandeer your country, right? I mean, you could get into a pissing match, a shouting match about sovereign rights, right, against the most powerful country in the world, right? You can try to do that, or you can just step back and squash that problem yourself. Right? Don't give them an excuse to invade your country.
No.
Okay. So if you could eliminate that problem yourself, then U.S. has no reason. I mean, like, they've got no probable cause. They've got no excuse to do that. It's kind of like, so let's say that you're doing something illegal, right? And you get pulled over with the cop. I mean, let's say you're doing something illegal, and there's a chance you will get pulled over with the cops, right? Would you have your paraphernalia in full view at all times? Or would you stow it in a place in your car that can't be seen through the windows at a traffic stop?
Stowing.
Right? Fix your problems. Like, would you, if you're transporting a bunch of weed in your trunk, would you check to make sure that your brake lights are all working? Right? Would you go out there without checking would you go out there with a faulty vehicle that they can pull over? Right? There's no reason to give them an excuse. Right? So if America is going to do a war on drugs with your country as an excuse to take you over to get your oil, eliminate the excuse.
It's eliminate the excuse, but it's like propaganda is a hell of a drug. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, think about it. Like, man, they made us think that there was weapons of mass destruction. Man, they make us think that Trump is the fucking devil. Remember, that's what they say on South Park.
But remember the weapons of mass destruction, that one was easy because there's no way to disprove it. Because that's the problem. They wouldn't let the inspectors in to check.
I wouldn't let no inspector in to check my country either.
Right.
Let me check your country.
Well, but remember that's.
Let me see if you got weapons of mass destruction. How you gonna play me?
That's something they agreed to, though. That's the problem.
Man, I would never agree to that.
Right.
I would have been like, you got weapons of mass destruction. Let me see yours.
Well, but there's
all right. Then you need to leave me alone.
But there's a difference. We acknowledge having them.
Right.
They were not supposed to have them.
How you gonna tell me what I'm supposed to have?
What's that?
And you got it.
But they agreed to that. Remember,
I get it, but how you even get me to even agree? How you even come at me like that?
Well, no, that's because we're us. Remember that
I get it, and I get it. I'm like, look, I hear what you saying, but I'm just saying from like if I was Saddam Hussein, I ain't agreeing nothing to you. Yeah. This is my country.
That's exactly. But there's a problem. Look what happened.
They came up with a reason to take over my country,
and they did, and then made me see
and killed. This is the same thing they did to Libya.
Yeah,
did it to Gaddafi. Some people love Gaddafi.
Remember,
and then all of a sudden, he's a dictator. That's why I didn't want to vote for Hillary. All of a sudden, he's a dictator now.
There's those issues. I mean, all that stuff comes with they just didn't want to play ball. Right. And you got to learn that you got to play ball with certain countries. You got to play ball with America. You can't do that with us.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's like a very and at the end of the day, I get what you're saying, but it's a very, very, very prideful thing to do just because somebody doesn't want to deal with you.
I mean, the question, are we right in doing it? Heck no. I mean,
hell no.
But can we? Yeah. I mean, that's
and guess what? They did it to Libya and they did it to Iraq, and they're trying to do it to Venezuela. That's why I don't agree. Like, I don't want to listen to nothing that you're talking about when it comes to foreign affairs, especially with a country where it's like, okay, I see that they got oil, and I already know what you're trying to do because this is the same play. They try to run the same play.
But remember, it's quite easy for them to, it's simplifying things, but if you're running a country like that, especially in a country like that, right? A leader in a country like that can do a lot of things that we couldn't do here.
Definitely can.
So if they really wanted to make a big show out of cracking down on the outgoing drug trade, they could. right? Like the Philippines, right? I mean, like Venezuela is a country like the Philippines. The Philippines had, I mean, and this is funny because it's not something that's being debated. They're not denying
Mm.
it, right? It's
Oh,
not something that
Venezuela.
is vague at all. The Philippines had death squads running around taking out anybody involved in both ends of the drug trade.
Hmm.
It was something that happened. And
From the
something,
consumers to the producers.
yeah, dude, that's the reason why for the longest time I didn't want to go back, right?
Mm.
Because the places that I would be hanging out would be places that are just dangerous to be. I mean, like, you
Because the government can kill you.
well, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you get lumped in with the wrong crowd, right? So let's
Right.
say you're in a bar, right? And where there's alcohol, there could be other things, right?
Hmm.
And of course, people wandered into my bar all the time, high on other stuff too,
Right.
right? And did they have it on their person? Maybe. Okay, they couldn't do that shit in my place, but
Hmm.
they have it on them. I mean, like, if you happen to be in the wrong, remember these death squads were not government sanctioned. They weren't walking around uniformed, right? They may be people who wore uniforms in their daily jobs, but when they're doing this, they were extrajudicial, right? So with just my luck, I mean, like hanging out at a handlebar in the Philippines, I might be there the one time where some freaking guys walks in there with like a dealing quantity of something,
Hmm.
right? And when that goes down, who knows? I mean, like, no one may be walking out of that bar alive,
That's crazy.
right? So you just don't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So
Mm-mm.
they actually start shooting.
Yeah, dude, they would find bodies dumped all the time, heads wrapped in duct tape.
What?
It prevents
Wow.
it makes cleanup easier.
Oh my
Because if
God.
you wrap it in duct tape, I mean, they're not wrapping you, so they're not killing you by suffocating you. Basically, that way the projectile enters and doesn't leave, and so there's not a lot of spray. I mean, that it
Oh,
makes
all over drugs.
yes,
I mean,
dude. And the thing is that so we talk about this, and we look at this from a U.S. perspective,
yeah.
but highly intelligent, law-abiding Filipinos, a lot of them liked the result. A lot of
Because
them liked the result. Remember, and you got to realize, a Filipino living in America, especially long term, is different than a Filipino living in the Philippines, no matter how much money or education you have. So we're
yeah.
talking like, people with advanced, PhDs, doctors. You talk to these people, and they, over there, it's a little different perspective. The end justifies the means. A lot of these people,
Right.
like people that I know, who are just highly educated, well respected people with, in positions of power over there. They liked the way it turned out. They they felt it was worth it to go through that process to feel safe. Because you didn't feel safe in the streets in the past. You go there and now, and dude, completely different place. Crime went from an 11 to like very manageable, right?
So say say if the Mexican government did that, right? Like say if they made it to where if you're in a cartel where like it's
Shot
kind of
on
hard to do that
sight.
with
Shot on sight, basically.
shot on sight, right? But the only thing is like a lot of people who are a part of cartels are coerced in the cartels. Like it's like no other choice. It's either die or join the cartel. So if they made it to where
Well, the same thing in the Philippines. I mean, like a lot of these people were just dealing to exist, and a lot of these people were using because they were addicted, right?
Mhm.
But dude, you'd be surprised how fast people who were addicted tried to fight it. Like the people's families were just stepping into. It's like you knew that if your son, what we call it, crystal meth is shabu over there. That's what they call it.
Mhm.
If your family members are shabu users, dude, the intervention. I mean, like people were actually more willing to find treatment because they knew that the government wasn't having it,
You're right.
right? So suddenly, people who would for years refuse treatment were seeking it. People
Yeah.
who were people who were involved in the trade were not.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
couldn't. Man,
it really became a thing where, I mean, they didn't kill. I mean, obviously, you can't kill everybody involved, but they
yeah.
killed enough of them that it's like it's a
Deterrent.
deterrent. It was a major deterrent, and that's crime changed. And you will see like regular everyday people over there. I mean, they loved what happened. I mean, to many people, the dude who did it, who is now okay, so Duterte is now being held in The Hague. So they got him. I mean, like the president, he's being held essentially for the crime that is a crime. Okay, so the
Killing
international,
people.
the international, the ICC, International Criminal Court,
Yeah.
issued an arrest warrant for that guy.
And where is he at now?
He's in The Hague. The Hague is the headquarters of the ICC in Europe, Netherlands, I think,
Yep.
awaiting trial. Okay, now he's old and he's sick, so he may not make it out. But there's a lot of Filipinos who want him, who basically saying that like they like
want
the
him
result
back.
and they'd vote for him. Dude, if that guy ran again, he'd win. They like law-abiding Filipinos like the result. They like the safety.
And that's why I feel like unless you're like North Korea and you're actually actively shooting missiles out because they ain't doing nothing about that guy, leave them people alone. Because I mean, like, of course, it couldn't happen in America. You can't send death squads to kill drug users in
Here
America.
could happen.
That,
Yeah.
And here it wouldn't happen because it's like it's too many people who do drugs. Even politicians do drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, dude, there were politicians. I mean, like they killed. Dude, there were some prominent people who died during that purge.
yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's just it couldn't. I couldn't see it happening anywhere else. Now, say the only place where I can think where it can happen, where that would be interesting. Like, say if Mexico was like, all right,
Dude, Mexico could do it. Mexico could do it. I mean, any South American country could do it.
but it's just like think about it. Like that's why I'm saying like it'll be hard because it's like there's people who are coerced into cartels where it's like, dang, you gonna kill him? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a little kid. Like he didn't want to do this. He was forced into this. You know what I'm saying? Like they have people that are part of cartels that are like that, but they like you know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, I mean, they're like pawns in the whole scenario, and it's like you got to knock off all the pawns like that. There and like I hate just calling them pawns like that because it belittles their actual humanity.
Well,
It's
here's
like
the
you,
thing, though. Well, see, it's coming. So a lot of people involved in they see when it began to happen.
mm-hmm.
Okay, people just dropped out of the business. Right?
Sure.
They just, I mean, they said, I mean, you can't fight it. I mean, like see it'll be different in Mexico. Mexico will be different. Okay.
Yeah, Mexico, like those cartel people will fight back.
Yes, they will, and it'll be a real war, right?
Be a war.
In the Philippines. Yeah, the drug cartels are pretty powerful, but not like Mexico.
They stopped it before it got like Mexico
Yeah, and
because
remember,
it can get like
and
Mexico.
a lot of the people running it are foreigners. Because remember, it's an island nation. We don't manufacture squat there. It's coming in from China. It's coming in. Everything that's there is being imported.
Oh, so it's coming from China and places like
Yeah.
India.
Yeah. So you have a bunch of foreigners, a lot of them are Chinese nationals who are running these things, right?
Mhm.
So they're being I mean, in the past you'd capture them and deport them, right? And they'd come back because it's an island. You can land on a boat. The guys you get rid of will always come back and start things up again. This time we just killed them,
Oh,
right?
like you're killing citizens from another country.
Oh, and our country. I mean, like anybody involved. And the thing is that the way they're targeting them really is random. They'll get word that okay, there's a drug dealer that hangs out here, right? They don't know. They're not sending undercover people in to figure out the organizations, and they're not targeting. So it's not like Raymond is the drug kingpin here, and we're targeting Raymond and his crew. No, they don't even know who you are, right? All they know is they have intelligence that there's some dude who sells in this corner. They'll show up and wait around. Okay, if they don't get you, they don't get you. But if they randomly run across you, that's when they get you, right? So it's not like they're busting into drug dens and headquarters. They're getting people on sidewalks, right? So if You just happen to be exchanging a baggie with somebody for pesos, and they see you. Yeah, you're done. You're both done, right? That's the way that it worked out. So it wasn't like they were running these massive intelligence raids.
Yeah.
It was really circumstantial. I mean, like, it's random that they and that's why you don't want to. So they'll bust into a club looking for something happening. That's why you really it was unsafe to be somebody looking for a good time over there during that period of time, because you may be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then you're going to turn up with your head wrapped up in duct tape.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Because I mean, like, I guess the humane thing, and even though it is inhumane, is what they like how they do it in El Salvador. Like they put them in the like those maximum security inhumane prisons.
Some gulag.
Like, yeah, they were putting like I guess they were doing that with the gang members, and
Oh,
like,
dude, the Philippines. Have you seen, dude, Quentin? You should look up these videos. Okay, so this was going viral for a while in early YouTube. Where, okay, so in the Philippines, prisoners don't have their own cells. They don't even have like 4 guys to a cell.
it's like hundreds.
It literally looks like freaking rats in a cell. People like piled up on top of each other, like, laundry hanging it's freaking insane, right? Okay.
Right.
So you can look this up. Look up Thriller Filipino prison. So what happened was the wardens wanted to make a viral video for YouTube.
Oh, they made him dance. Huh?
They made him dance. Thousands of prisoners doing this whole Michael Jackson Thriller thing. And they had like 2 people playing the lead characters. There was a Michael Jackson and there was his date. And they were reenacting the whole music video. Okay? And so people watch it, and it was funny to watch. It was crazy, right? They had the music playing, and it was insane how they all had the choreography down. Okay? But what you don't see is them making the prisoner do this, right? They're beating them if they make mistakes. This isn't something the prisoners wanted to do. This wasn't something that the prisoners said, let's make a viral video. No, the wardens made it so that they had to do these things. And if you didn't do it right, or you weren't giving it enough gusto, they beat you. The end product is insane, right? But yeah, a Filipino prison is not someplace you want to be.
No.
Was that the only place they did it, that Thriller thing?
Okay, they did it in a couple places down there.
Because I seen that.
Yeah,
and
it's wild.
I didn't know they got beat though.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's compulsory. That's not voluntary. They didn't
And it's
want
a man that plays the lady.
Yeah,
It's
they did not want to
lady.
do that. They did not want to do that stuff. They were forced to do it. Thousands of them. That's how they run things there, right? But yeah, so I mean, Mexico could do it. Mexico could do a cartel war. They could, but it's gonna be a bloody cartel war because the cartels are super powerful there.
Yeah, and they'll like the cartels will start killing innocent people.
Oh, they already do. The reason why they're so powerful is because, remember, the cartels in the Philippines are supplying product to this tiny nation, right? This little tiny, the Mexican cartels are basically collecting toll on product passing through Mexico to America. Dude, it's like a multi-billion-dollar industry versus the Philippines is essentially nothing, right? So yeah, Mexico could do a cartel war. They could, but it's going to be super bloody, right? It's going to be crazy. It's going to, and the Philippines, there were politicians involved in the trade, right? Thing is that if you dropped, I mean, when everything started going down, if you just hands up and walked away from it, you were safe, right? They weren't going after known drug traffickers who fled, right? So I remember a good friend of mine was a police chief over there. He was a colonel. So the Philippine police constabulary, the PNP, the Philippine National Police, their ranks are the same as military. You have generals and colonels. Okay, so my really good friend was a colonel. And after I left there, he ended up becoming the chief of police for a whole city, a city called Pasig. And he was inheriting a bunch of problems. And he had to retire in disgrace because there was an auto accident that an entire wall of a city facility came crashing down, like a police facility came crashing down, and there was a freaking Shabu distribution factory running out of there.
Out of the wow.
Yep. And it was something he was just barely stepping in. So all this stuff has been in place right now. Him stepping in as chief of police, that's the thing. There's not much he could have done about that. I mean, he would try to do something, right? But that's money, right? So if he tried to do something, he'd probably be killed. Okay, by his own underlings who are running that show, right?
So you mean the guys that he was in charge of were in charge of that, and
drugs,
that's why
the cops are running the drugs. Yeah,
got it.
Here's the thing, though.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Here's the thing: if what Duterte did, President Duterte, what he did, and that was probably still going on, right? Those guys, once it started to happen, right? Because they know that they're not safe from this guy. Okay, they're untouchable in their own city, right? But not anymore, right? Now that they have this guy in charge, and they're bringing in teams to do this, right? They're not safe. So those guys pretty much let go of the business. They said, "Screw it, I'm out." Right?
Right.
Like destroyed product, hands up. It's over. We're done. We can't do this, right? Because they're touchable now. Right? So that's what happened to that country. So enough people were taken out. I mean, a lot of people were killed in this war. A lot of people. Okay, we can't even really call it a war, right? They were killed in that purge, right? A lot of people. Okay, but the net result, many Filipinos were happy with it. Many Filipinos were happy with it.
And I can see that, because I mean, this conversation is really making me really think, like, really a lot of crime and impoverishment, because we were just having like a certain conversation about that. It's really bought on from drugs. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, like, and it's like you'll be surprised what people will do, and how you'll manipulate people who are around you to do certain things. I'll if there was no drugs in South Central Los Angeles, this might be a utopia.
And it's surprising, though. I mean, like, it's surprising what the threat of a death squad can do.
What? I mean, I'm one of those people. You came with me. Oh yeah, and it was like, even if you smoke weed, we'll kill you. No weed.
Yeah.
Like, catch you smoking anything, we'll kill you.
Right.
I hate burning paper.
Because remember, a lot of these countries have these rules. I mean, like, okay, in countries like Thailand, and we've seen movies about this, right? Where people were foreigners were arrested and given like life sentences for having like a little bit of weed on them when they entered the country. Now, that stuff happens in those countries.
Yeah,
they don't.
It happened to Brittany Griner.
Yeah, they don't
when
play.
She was going over to Russia.
Yeah, they don't play in those countries. I mean, like,
Yeah.
And what's crazy is that as the West, we you should know the rules before you go somewhere.
You should.
I mean, you got to know the rules before you go somewhere.
That's why I don't like ignorance is not an excuse.
Yes.
I will always remember that is not an excuse.
Yeah. And so, I mean, like, we seek to impose our Western standards and ideals on other people's countries. Right? I mean, we've talked about this before. I mean, like the whole Kathy Lee Gifford using child labor. And she got effectively canceled because of it. Child labor is not illegal in the country that she was using it in.
Not illegal. You know what I'm saying? It's just how you think as an American.
As an American, it's like, oh, we can't support somebody using child labor. It's like, that's most of the labor in that country.
Yeah.
It's like, that's how these people put food on the table. Their children work.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. How you going to get mad at me for going helping out this poor country?
Yeah.
My dollars go further there.
She was a big employer there. I mean, like, and you're telling me as a business owner, I have to manufacture here where people are paid crazy amounts of money and my products are going to suddenly skyrocket. And I mean,
Profit margin is gone.
Completely legal to manufacture things in China or in somewhere in South America. Completely legal, right? People do it all the time. And it's like, and you're going to tell me that I have to manufacture in the U.S. and pay these labor prices, or you're going to have to tell me I have to pay people in foreign factories U.S. wages? It's like why would I pay these factory workers in these other countries U.S. wages?
Mm,
It doesn't make any sense, right? But the only reason why you're able to do that in a foreign country is because you're a big enough business that you need to do it, and that country is benefiting from your business,
right.
right? Are you taking away U.S. jobs? Not really,
No.
because you would have never had them here in the first place. I mean,
Never had them here in the first place.
it would be different if it was competitive, right? I mean,
Mm,
like if they were charging a little bit less than us, and that's why we're going there. That's a different story. Yes, they're taking away U.S. jobs, but the difference in labor is so stark that I never would have even considered manufacturing here, right?
yeah. I don't.
Right. Anyway, but that we can't impose our view on a foreign country like that,
Yeah. No,
right?
I get. That's why I bring up the whole. How are you gonna come to me talking about you can't have weapons of mass destruction and you got them? Man, you better get up out of here talking to me like that. And look what happened. And it's the same thing with Libya. I don't with Gaddafi. I don't know how that happened. They came up with a whole bunch of propaganda to make that happen. Sad.
Gaddafi. How else we did that? We went that route with. There's a lot of people that we went that route with.
There's a lot of people we went that route with. Argentina, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of endless, but it's like that's why I side eye it. You know what I'm saying? At this point in time, like anytime they're like, oh, they're doing this, man, please get up out of here with that.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying? I'd rather you focus on what we got going on here.
I don't say side eye it. I guess I know why they're. I mean, like it's better to know why they're doing it, and it's like
I mean, but the only thing is like it is kind of a threat to have a president that sells drugs, where his export is like drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like I can and the thing about it, it's like okay, well, how you gonna say that? And like Mexico exports tequila. You know what I'm saying? Drugs is a little bit different.
yeah, drugs is
You know
different. I mean, but does the president of Venezuela is he directly involved in the trade? Who knows?
that's
I
what
mean,
they're saying.
that's what they're saying, but who knows, right?
Who
I mean,
knows? Yeah.
it could just be an excuse to make that move, right?
And that's why I look at it. But then it's like it has to be some type of truth there.
Well, I mean, like again,
It's
okay,
just the thought of a president, like how we were just talking about Pablo Escobar, right? Just imagine Pablo Escobar actually became the president of Colombia. Because
I
I
could
mean the
see it. I mean,
people.
like the thing is, I could see it. I mean, especially in Mexico, right, with the cartels having so much power,
Mhm.
right? You could imagine them running the show, right? You can
I
imagine
think
them.
they do run the show.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that lady who's their president, they are calling the shots for her. Because any president that is not under the influence of a cartel and knowing that okay, we've been fighting cartels for how many years and we ain't won this battle yet, would have instantly took U.S. support and like took it like negotiated at a right type of like because you're supposed to just stop crime. You're
okay.
not coming in here. I'm not giving you rare earth. I'm not doing all these deals with you. You're just here to stop the cartels. That's it.
Well, let's look at this. Okay, so of course there's the there's the supply side and the demand side, right?
Hmm.
Okay. There's what happens south of the border and north of the border.
Right.
Okay. We're not supposed to be able to step into Mexico
Take
and
over.
operate there. We're not supposed to be able to do that.
Right.
Okay. The government has to allow us whatever we do there. The government has to be aware and allow us to do. Right. Okay.
Right.
But we can do stuff here.
Hmm.
Right. Okay. So let's not have death squads. Okay, because this is America. Right. It ain't gonna
Right.
fly here. Not because we can't do it, just because the population won't accept it.
We won't accept no
Okay,
death squad.
there's enough dissent here that we couldn't accept that. Okay,
Nah, not
but
a
we
death
can
squad.
accept being tough on crime.
Yeah, but okay, we were tough on crime in the 90s, right? And with the three strikes law. And a lot of people complained about that one because yes, these people were selling drugs. And like I'm not saying that, but it did fracture the community to where we're seeing the effects of it right now. You know what I'm saying? I still remember, and it's the truth. Like it was like an episode of The Wire when one of the cops was like, "These is the crack babies." You know what I'm saying? Like we dealing with that right now.
Okay, well, okay, so let's do this. Okay, I'm not talking about. Okay, so let's differentiate. Okay,
Mm.
between the consumers and the suppliers.
Right.
Okay, so let's talk about. Okay, so okay, three strikes. Obviously, possession is a crime, right?
Right.
Okay, but let's get beyond that. So let's talk about making it harder on those who sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, there will be people who are coerced into it, right? Okay, but just like in the Philippines and in other countries where this has happened, if you make it that, I mean, the reason why originally punishment was there, and and this would happen, right? There's the whole like, well, what's that saying, right? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime, which flips around means if you can do the time, do the crime, right? You can,
Yeah.
that's how another way to look at it, right?
And a lot of people do the crime because they can do the
Yeah.
time,
Okay.
and they just do it in a smarter way.
Yeah, they write it. I mean, like, they evaluate what the punishment is for what they're doing if they figure it's a risk they can take, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's make it so that there's no deals. Right? You're caught dealing, maybe the punishment is severe. Maybe it's I mean, like, there's no playing down to lower levels. I mean, like, let's make this thing pretty bad. I mean, like, yes, there will be some people who get hit with an extremely stiff punishment, right? A lot of years. Okay. There's going to be some people who are going to have to go through that, but that's going to be what may dissuade other people.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be some sacrificial lambs. I mean, some people will get a stiffer sentence than they were ever expecting. Right? Actually, the funny thing is that they're not going to get a stiffer sentence than they were expecting. They're going to get as stiff a sentence as they can expect. Right? So if the maximum sentence for something is this, everyone's getting maximums. Right? So like judges oftentimes will let you off with a slap on the wrist, or they'll reduce your sentence. So, okay, you seem to be a guy who can maybe turn shit around. You can get up to 20 years. I'm going to give you X amount this, and you can get parole. Let's say that's gone. Let's say everyone who walks in is maximum. Like what happened to Diddy.
Yeah.
Right. He got the max of what he was able to get.
Mm-hmm.
The judge just hit him, gave him the max. That's what happened. Right. Obviously, it's probably because the judge wasn't able to give him any sentencing on the things he beat. So the things he didn't beat, they gave him the max, which is entirely their prerogative. They can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So let's make it so that the people on the distribution side, if they're caught, they'll get the max every time. And let's say that anybody on this distribution side that's illegal, okay, instantly gets deported.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if no matter what the level of, like you're caught with anything, you're an illegal alien caught with drugs, gone. Right? Make it harsh on those non-citizens. Caught with drugs, gone, no matter what. Users, dealers, caught with drugs, gone. Right? Because you shouldn't even been in the first place. Right? Anybody illegal breaking any law, gone. Right? It's harsh, right? But it's going to make people think twice.
Right.
Very much.
And should they really be our problem? They shouldn't have been in the first place. Should they have been our problem in any way? No, they should not have been our problem. Right? Okay, so anybody illegal here caught in a crime, gone. Right? That's one thing that can happen. Anybody, and so let's say it's an American citizen. So like say, so some of the gangs that are dealing, I mean, like, what is it? MS-13, right? They're mostly U.S. citizens. Okay. Obviously there's a certain degree of them that are here illegally, right? But A lot of them U.S. citizens. Okay. Right. So they're all getting maximum punishments. Anybody caught's getting maximum punishments. Anybody caught who's illegal is gone.
Mm.
And they're put on some sort of international database so that we can try so that we know who they are.
Right.
Right. Make sure they don't come back in. So
yeah, they come back with a wig on.
Yeah, with a wig on, or they come back as a woman. Now they're transported out, right? And our borders are more secure, so they can't get back in.
Right.
It's like you got in the first time because things were easier, right? This time you're getting out. We have a full dossier on you, and we're making it hard for you to get back in. Right? I mean, we got to do something about the crime here. The crime here is out of control.
Yeah, the funny thing about it, people don't think that. People are giving people lighter sentences. It was just like kind of what we were talking about earlier about Quentin. It was something that we were talking offline about, but I was telling like Armand about. Oh, remember we did the video about P&B Rock, and I showed you the whole thing of how everything was breaking down. So I mentioned to Armand that one of my customers is actually representing the killer of P&B Rock. His name is Mr. McKesson, he's a lawyer. And I was telling Armand, about the kid, the guy's son. The guy's son might get out of jail pretty soon because he was a minor when he did this. It's like 16 or 17.
How long ago was that?
Probably like 3 years ago.
Okay.
So the thing about it is, so there was another popular rapper who got killed named Pop Smoke, right?
Yeah.
His killer was underage, and the killer got out. And the killer got out and started doing interviews about it. And I was like, that just showed me that he didn't learn nothing. He didn't learn anything in this situation. He definitely, even if you go and watch the interviews that he had, he was like, he didn't feel sorry. He didn't feel any remorse about what he did. As a parent, of a kid, right? And a lot of this is coming from a parent perspective. You kill my child, you talking about you ain't got no remorse? Come on now. You definitely didn't learn your lesson.
But on the real side, Raymond, as a real person, he had some friends that are gonna not like that too. So he's just set himself up for a whole lot of people to come after him.
You know what ignorant kids what the ignorant kids say now? And a lot of ignorant people say this. Well, I know how to move, they're not gonna get me.
No, you don't know how to move everywhere.
You don't know how to move everywhere. But it just the fact of you came out with no remorse, that means you didn't learn nothing out of the situation. It means like you might do it again.
Well, remember, they're just gonna weed themselves out. I mean, like on the positive side, right? Again, yeah, he's got no remorse, and that's the problem with the way the system is.
Right?
It doesn't really fix you.
No rehab.
It does not.
Yeah. We were talking about that. Like one of my friends let me know that most people who go to jail young and say they do long sentences, they come back as the same person.
Yeah.
It's like preserved who they are. So it's like you came out as an older version of your young self.
Have you heard of the Darwin Awards, you guys?
No.
Does that sound familiar? The Darwin Awards, Quentin.
What is Darwin?
Okay, so you guys know who Darwin is, right? Charles Darwin.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charles Darwin, it's a whole theory of evolution. I mean, basically survival of the fittest.
Right.
The ones that survive are able to pass on the best genes. So people are supposed to get smarter and supposed to get stronger and supposed to whatever, right? Whatever is best adapted for survival.
Right.
The Darwin Awards are an unofficial award. Basically, they evaluate all the people who died in the past year and figured out who basically removed themselves from the gene pool. Like who died from something so stupid that they win a Darwin Award. Basically, they shouldn't have lived anyway.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's called the Darwin Award. Basically,
yeah.
Okay, so one of the guys who won the years and years ago, a winner of the Darwin Award, was a guy who was he maintained communication dishes. So those big satellite dish arrays are maintained by people, right?
Yeah.
And so they use microwaves to transmit information, right? And so what these guys would do during the cold weather, they would sit close to. I mean, they would sit at a certain distance in order for the microwaves to warm them. Okay, microwaves warm you because they're cooking you, right?
Yeah.
But they know how close you can get where it's just a toasty warmness and it's not going to kill you, right?
Oh my
So
No
God.
this
army
guy,
stuff. Wow.
so what happened was I think it was either Thanksgiving or Christmas, and in order to adapt to the higher level of traffic, information traffic, they upped the power of the dishes. This guy didn't know it. And so when they found him, after the weekend, he was sitting in a lawn chair, dead, with a 12-pack of beer exploded next to him. Because basically he sat at the distance he normally sits, and that distance was now not safe.
Frequency was different.
See, they're
Oh
not
my
supposed to sit
God.
anywhere near it to begin with. Period. The maintenance and the is a, I mean, you're not supposed to be there. Period. Right. So
It's just amazing that we have stuff like that on top of our houses.
No. This is not a type of a house. These are the huge ones, like the size of buildings, like a whole array in the middle of nowhere.
He had it like.
So his job, he's a maintenance guy. He basically.
Oh, this is a maintenance guy who did this.
Yes. So
Okay, I'm thinking like it's in somebody's backyard.
No. It's
It's
he
cold.
works-
Let me go. Let me
works
go
for the
sit by
place.
the.
Yeah, he works for the place. Yeah. It's his job to make sure that these things don't go down. So somebody's always there 24/7 maintaining them, right? And they take shifts. And this guy took a weekend shift, and then when they came to relieve him, he was dead, cooked by the dishes.
A little too close to the
Darwin
heat.
Award. So that guy won the Darwin Award. So basically, he wins the award. Basically, it's survival of the fittest. He was not the fittest. I mean, like they're looking for the stupidest way to die. I mean, like you did something that caused your own demise, and these
Right.
aren't suicides. I mean, like you weren't choosing to die. These are like you win a Darwin Award. You've done something so stupid that you took yourself out of the gene pool, and that's the Darwin Award, right? So what I'm getting at is this. These people, like this guy who basically got out of prison, didn't learn squat, and now is talking, doing interviews, bragging about what he did. Zero remorse, zero reform.
I'm not gonna say he bragged about what he did, but he definitely said that I don't have any remorse for what I did. I wouldn't change anything.
So
I don't feel sorry about what I did.
And he's saying he can run. No, see, like he's overestimating his ability, and he's underestimating the tenacity of the people who are going to try to get revenge for what he. See, he's going to win a Darwin Award. Like people like that are going to remove themselves from the equation. Just their actions are going to yield something that the government couldn't do. The government couldn't give him a death sentence. He's giving it to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the people who are after him for doing what he did obviously have no qualms about killing people. They're going to end up doing it in such a stupid way that they're going to get themselves taken out. I mean, like it's going to cascade, right? These are people that really shouldn't be out there anyway. And they're going to prune themselves from the vine. They're going to
you know what? If like gangbangers should receive Darwin Award.
Yeah.
Because it's so stupid that some of these people do this. And honestly, like I think it's one of the dumbest like criminal activities that you can kind of do, right? And it doesn't make any sense. When they kind of take themselves out, that's them kind of getting the Darwin Award. I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
And what's going to happen is like this kind of war, where they're handing out maximum sentences. They're putting extra manpower out there. There's gonna be people involved in this situation that are just unrehabable. They're gonna keep reoffending, and they're gonna take themselves out of the equation eventually. And then there's those people who are involved, but they don't either they don't want to be, or they're just getting started, and they're intelligent enough to see the problems that could come with it. And in a regime like that, a program like that might get them to leave the situation. Right? I mean, like it happened in the Philippines. I mean, people just said, screw it, it's not worth it, I'm out, right? Addicts recovering, dealers finding something else to do, right? I mean, maybe not something legal, but not that. Right? Maybe they went into human trafficking. that's bad as it is, but at least they're not dealing drugs. I mean, like,
Right.
one step at a time. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So maybe so if the U.S. got a little bit more draconian with things, we're just too soft on offenders here,
I think we are.
right? And the thing is that and it's an unpopular opinion, but because everybody makes everything racial, right? I mean, the tough reality is that there's a lot of people of color committing crimes. That's a problem.
But it's man, because like what I was saying earlier, it's like I'm not like because I'm not agreeing with it, right? I'm not agreeing that um well, I mean, of course, like there are a lot of black people who do a lot of crime, right? I think a lot of people just do crime in general.
Yeah,
That's just how I look at it. Like where there's drugs, there's gonna be crime.
yeah,
That's just we'll just stick to our little drug theme, right?
hmm
I look at with like black people, we get promoted the most. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like we were talking about Charlie Kirk, right? For Charlie Kirk to talk so bad about black people as if like we're like we're such a minuscule part of the nation. We 13% of the nation, but we have so much crime. We're doing so much crime. For him to get shot by a white person proved the point. You should only really criticize your own people. Don't be trying to criticize
mm,
us. You feel me? So and it like honestly, his death made me change my thought process because like if we had a talk about gang banging and stuff like that a year ago, I would have had a different type of tune. Like the way I look at it now, it's like a court, like the environment that these people are placed in. It does make it the environment and the structure that they have make it to where they're gonna do wrong. Like it's like a lot of people are not gonna take the harder route. They're
mm,
gonna take the easier route.
yeah,
What do you really want me to do? You know what I'm saying? You want me to take this harder route, and then you're like, oh, they just need to get up and work and be self sufficient. You know how hard that is?
Well, but here's what's crazy though. I mean, like, I think that it could possibly be our failing as Americans.
It is.
It's not a race thing. I think it could just be. I
It's a
mean,
country thing.
we're just not used to, because if you really think about this. Okay, so
Mm.
Asians get. Everybody thinks of Asians as like that as it's about like this the like when you look at Asian kids like their parents won't accept B's, they gotta have all A. I mean, it's a weird the
Yeah.
way they look at them, right? But there's a whole segment of Asian immigrants that are different.
Mm.
Okay, people think Asian immigrants all have money. They don't all have money. Some don't.
No.
There's a whole group of them that don't.
Mm.
And if you lived in Southern California, the area that we call El Monte,
Uh-huh.
that area up there, like from Roseby,
I've been to El Monte. I know what you're
like
talking about.
that Asian market that I've taken to Raymond, that
Yeah.
area, right? It is not a posh area. I mean, it's becoming. So I've been living in that area. I mean, like, I'm from Diamond Bar originally, so I know that area for a long, since the '80s, right?
Mm.
That was one of the most down market, primarily Latino area. I mean, like you have Mexican barrios, right? That's what that was. That was
Mm.
like super down market, like Latino barrio area. I mean, that's what it was. It was just like going to Pomona in some ways, right? The property value was real low. I mean, that's where all these like you get the San Gabriel River running through there, all the power lines. It was not a choice area,
You're right.
And what happened? Asian immigrants came in. The Asian immigrants who bought in that area were not the moneyed Asian immigrants working with white collar backgrounds. These were laboring people,
Right.
right? A lot of laboring Vietnamese.
Right.
So they're like Vietnamese workers. I mean, people who carried stuff for a living, basically.
Right.
That's what they were. And they moved in there, and they worked in pretty much degrading jobs. They didn't speak English, a lot of them, right? So they either worked for other Vietnamese people, were like way below minimum wage. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have ever been to like real Chinese or Vietnamese restaurants, but they're staffed entirely with non-English speaking people from their countries that that they're not paying at a good enough wage level. Okay, so they are suffering through the indignity of of under the table, lower the minimum wage pay from their own people. Okay, so the ones who have money, who came here now are making money off their own folks, right? So they scraped and they saved living like 15 people to a small apartment. Okay, barely speaking the language, if at all, right?
Right.
Sending their kids to school. And even these less educated folks are harsh on their kids because they wanted them to succeed where they wanted to give them tools to succeed where they didn't have those tools.
Right.
So they're scraping all their money together, and they started buying in those areas. And the Latinos are really not liking these folks because they were buying properties in areas where they lived that they couldn't afford to buy because they were spending their money, right? As Americans, right?
True.
They were spending their money as Americans are wont to do. Whereas these new Vietnamese immigrants are scraping and saving every dime, living in a hovel, like it's like a Mother Goose situation. And they started buying properties, lots of them. So you go there now, and there's tons and tons of Vietnamese businesses all around that area. Okay, they're the more down market versions. So then it's not like going to Rolling Heights where everything's classy. Over there, it's more regular, but they own them all. They own these businesses. They own the buildings. They own the houses. Right? Are there Vietnamese gangs? Heck yeah. Right? I knew a bunch of them growing up. Okay? Are these people involved? Not really. They're there, but it's frowned upon. Right? Culturally, they don't like them, and it's not like watching movies where the gangs have tolls and run the streets. They don't.
True.
Okay? Because the people, they raise their kids different than that.
Right.
Right.
And I get that because I guess that is where the shift in our community just needs to happen because there isn't a value in education. There just isn't.
But
you know what I'm saying? Like,
what's crazy though is that these are new Americans. But what's crazy about them is this, right? They are behaving like they think Americans behave. Right? They came because in their own countries they don't have opportunities. Right? The country they came from, they wouldn't have money to scrape and save. Right? Even coming here working as like slave labor for their own people, there's still money that they can save.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So they're reaching for the American dream with their Vietnamese work ethic.
Right.
Right. Which is they're thinking they're thinking about our Puritan work ethic that we used to have. Right. They're applying an American dream, their version, right? But they think that's what it. Whereas we as Americans don't work like that anymore. We don't sacrifice like that. Right, and like Raymond, you were saying about that shift, right? We have to start valuing more
education.
Yeah,
because I mean, like it because honestly, because I think we was talking about it last week, right? I did live kind of like an abnormal life, right? My education did that for me. You know what I'm saying? Like my education took me other different places. My education did take me very, very far. And it could have took me further. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, it was all because it was education based.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and it wasn't like you just have to play the game at a certain point in time. People have, especially I'll just say in my community, people have excuses when it comes to education. It's all types of just excuses. Oh, it's a white man education. Oh, you're being indoctrinated. Oh, that's not going to get you nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Where school ain't for me. It's always an excuse, and it has to be kind of just stop. It's just like how you say, you living in these people country, play the game, and the game is education.
Yeah, it's funny. It's our country, and they're not playing the game in their own country. It's weird, right?
You're not playing and I mean, it's just like it's Darwinism at the end of the day. Survival of the fittest. Like I look at like my girlfriend, right? She comes from Watts, whereas like Watts is a very poverty-stricken area. She used her education, you know what I'm saying, she got to Carson, then she took the education to where she got to Westwood, and from Westwood now she has a nice job. All education based, all grants. She did have like debt, but she's able to deal with that because her education helps her deal with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she always talks about, she was like, I would never want to live the life or even put our son through the life that she had to come up with. You know what I'm saying?
Odd question. Okay, how do you feel about this? Okay,
Uh,
she's from what? Okay, so people from like I don't know what word to use. People from like impoverished areas or people from certain communities get shit for making something of themselves and leaving.
oh yeah, the survivor's remorse.
Survivors remorse, call what you will. I mean, no, not them getting shit, but people giving them shit, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Crabs in the bucket remorse.
Survivor's remorse is a little bit different. That's more of like they kind of expect you to come back to the community and spend your
money
success there.
Yeah.
Right? But the thing is that, I mean, Ram, I mean, would you want to raise your son in that community?
I'm kind of am raising my son in my community. Well, actually, no, a little bit different. You right, because right now my son goes to school in, where are we at? Marina Del Rey. So yeah, he's not getting into the community. The only time he does come back is closest is like Carson. I wouldn't have him go to school in Watts. I remember even like man, my sister, she didn't even go to school in like areas like that.
Yeah.
He does go to like Science Academy right around the corner, but that's at a different type of school. He's going to like Charles Drew, where eventually like that's where we want him to go to school at.
Okay.
You know, we set him to the path to where he can be a doctor.
Yeah.
Or whatever he wants to be. But doctor is like first,
So you're giving him opportunities, right?
We're giving them opportunities because we value education.
That he wouldn't get if you were sending to public school in Watts.
I mean, he's still getting sent to public school. It's just he's going to Marina Del Rey.
A different public school, like, you know,
he's going to a different type of public school.
Yeah.
It's a different type of environment. And honestly, I value him being able to interact with different cultures. I don't want you just know how to deal with black people.
Yeah. And also specifically, you don't want him being influenced by street culture.
Absolutely not. Because I still remember when I was exposed to gangbanging and I still had the same type of viewpoint on it. It was kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Like it was always dumb to me. I was like, for real, this is what y'all guys do. But it's like, I've seen it. I've seen it where I'll be kicking it with somebody in like 9th grade and they get into that one good fight. That one good old fight where it's like it wasn't fair. They ended up jumping and they broke bad. And that's when the gang comes into play. And next thing you know, we shooting it out. I still remember I still had a homeboy that lived right next door to us. When my dad in Hawthorne did not have to go through the same things that other people, street people had. Got into that one good old fight. Next thing you know, I remember I left from Texas, came back, and I asked my brother, I was like, oh, you heard of him? Like, you heard what's going on with him? Oh man, he like people want his head because he laid a couple people down because he picked up a gun. And like and I remember, like, I still remember growing up with this kid. He's the type of person who will hit you and run away and you couldn't catch him. He became the person who would shoot you and you couldn't catch him. It was crazy where it was like we had the same opportunities. You know what I'm saying? So it's like definitely it's a different type of steering with my son. He has the same temperament as me. And especially like, I feel like I'll be able to coach him through anything, especially like I got a son that actually really listens to me. So it's like I'll be able to coach him through whatever he's going through. And I as long as I keep my trust with my son, because I actually value that. I want my son to always trust me with whatever he's going through. And he does at this point in time. So it's like as long as I got that trust, I'm able to coach him through things and I don't put him through situations where he don't have to experience certain things. I'd rather him do that.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So for sure, I mean, like, you can understand why people leave certain communities.
I understand why they leave certain communities. Like, yeah, my girl would not want him to go to school in Watts.
Yeah, there's risks. I mean,
there's risk, but I feel like because right now, she's working in a clinic in Compton.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there is a certain type of giving back. You know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of the day, like, yes, you have the opportunities, but you want to, it's reach one, teach one, or whatever that term is. You want to come and give people the same, like, type of, because you can change the culture. Give people the same type of talk to where it's like, it don't really have to be like this. You know what I'm saying? If we get more people to listen to us, and it's not a overnight thing,
Yeah,
but it's
obviously.
like, if you can get, like, if they, like, say what Charlie Kirk say, 50% of them is doing violence and all this, whatever, wherever he got that stat from. If I'm able in just my lifetime to get it to 40%,
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. And then my son's generation can get it to 30. Then the generation after him can get it to 20. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? It has to work
It
like
takes
that.
time. I mean, and
It
that's
takes
some
time.
people. Some people just want instantaneous change. Like it's going to happen overnight.
It's not going to happen overnight. And then also, there's always going to be ghetto people. Like,
Yes.
just because we're experiencing ghetto people don't mean like this is the only ghetto people on the earth. There's been ghetto people since the dawn of time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, ghetto culture. Like, I remember, like, I was listening to, I think it was Fred Soil, whatever his name is, Thomas Sowell. And he was talking about, like, he was just breaking down the history of, like, the ghettos of England and how they talk different from
They do.
the proper
Yeah.
people in England. And those are just considered the ghetto people. And they do certain things. They do the same thing that ghetto people do. Have kids out of wedlock. Have substance abuse issues. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
They just try to make it out. And that's why I've changed my viewpoint. You're not about to just talk about my people like other people don't got problems.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to just single me out. That's where I feel like, rest in peace to him. But I wish he would have lived longer to see that was one of his errors. Like, don't just single out our community where, nigga, what happened? You didn't get killed by no black gangbanger, homie. You got killed by like a Connor. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't get killed by Jamal, big dog.
Thing though, I mean, honestly though, the reason, okay, so people like that, okay, the people who create this kind of controversy, right? The reason why they focus on things like the black community is like, yeah, there's definitely white ghetto people,
Right.
but the problem is that you can't get statistics on them.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's a larger community. I mean, like, how can you separate the cracker? I mean, when it comes to crime, how can you differentiate from like regular white folks and the crackers?
Exactly.
Right? It's impossible, right?
It's
Because
totally impossible.
white people are white. It's just a larger number of. I mean, like you can definitively get statistics on Asian Americans, Asian immigrants, right?
Mhm.
Black American. You can get all. I mean, those statistics are available because you
Right.
can differentiate them, right? But you can't. I mean, like try getting stats on German Americans. It's impossible because nobody knows who they are.
Exactly.
Irish, Italian, they all
Italian. Well, maybe the Italian Americans. Maybe them.
Italian a little bit different.
Maybe
yeah.
them. Okay. I mean, you can definitely get statistics on immigrant white people. That you can get. You can take arrest records and you can take out all the Serbians. Yeah, you can figure them out. Okay. So if you wanted to turn things around and talk about Serbian crime, you can do that. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing. Okay. But they're not here in big enough numbers for it to make any difference, for it to be groundbreaking, right? That's the only reason why Charlie Kirk is mean. Because remember, at the end of the day, guys like him, their job is to create controversy with their speech.
Yep, and he did.
And they find the ways. I mean, like, who can he create controversy with? Like, well, what statistics can he use? He can use black people. He can use Mexicans, right? That's because that's statistics you can get your hands on.
Right.
Right. So you can say that X% of black people have been processed through the system. You can say that, right? X% of black males have been processed because those stats exist. You cannot see with of course, like with white folks, yeah, the percentages, there's just way too many. So it's not, the percentages are too small, right?
Right.
But you can try to focus on like what percent of, like, I guess if you wanted to, you can say what percent of rural, I don't know how to break that number in, how to identify that community, but they do exist, right? Those outlined, but that's what he does.
Right.
Remember,
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, I still don't believe that he believed half the stuff.
no, he
said.
doesn't. I mean, obviously we know they don't, right?
I don't believe that he believed half
Yeah.
the stuff.
The
that
guy's
he
a
said.
product. I mean,
He was a product, and he became the face of whatever they were trying to accomplish.
yeah.
Because
I
at
mean,
the end of the day,
no,
like, huh?
had he lived, I mean, there's a lot that he could have moved into. I mean, like, there's a lot he could have done.
He
right?
probably would have eventually been president one day.
I mean,
Too controversial, but he
he's a
would
bit
have definitely tried to run.
It's one of those. It's one of those things where he could have softened his stance. I mean, like, he could have gotten a massive following, softened his stance a bit in certain areas that's more acceptable.
Yeah.
To get a broader market, right? It's possible. He's young. He was really, really young.
Yeah, he wasn't. I mean, he was in his 30s, but I'm older than Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I like that's why I'm like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't like. I'm not gonna talk bad about the guy. I feel like he didn't live long enough to actually change his stance. Because as a young person, I had different stances like that too.
Well,
and
plus,
the only thing where it's
plus, look at him. I mean, like, he built a massive base. I mean, like, having that. Remember, to get in that political arena, you gotta have a crazy stance to get numbers. You
True.
You can't be reasonable and get numbers.
No.
I mean, like, how many popular politicians are there who are reasonable people? I mean,
no. You know what? It's funny that you say that. The more unreasonable you are, the more popular you are.
yes.
It's just like the AOC girl.
Yep.
It's just like Jasmine Crockett. You know what I'm saying? Those type of people get the most shine because, like, well, look what they said. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's the same thing. Same thing with Trump. Because he was unreasonable with certain things, he was popular, and he resonated with people.
But what's nuts about him is now that he's in, he doesn't necessarily follow a strict playbook. Like, like guys like Charlie Kirk, right? If Charlie Kirk was elected president before let's say that he was alive right now and he was president at his age with his viewpoints, right? He would be a hardliner. He wouldn't, okay, everybody realizes that, okay, the whole, like, how many times has Trump been divorced?
What is it, 3 or 4
3?
times?
I don't even know, right? You can guarantee that guy has paid for abortions.
Who, Trump?
Yeah. You can guarantee that dude has had,
that, you know what? I wouldn't put it past him. I would say, man, I hope he hadn't did it, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Think about it over the years, because Trump has been a ladies' man for a very, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know that guy has made some errors in judgment along the way.
It's
been a long time. I mean, like, if you're gonna run the numbers, if you're gonna try to play the odds,
because that's why it's so weird that he has that stance.
What's that? He has that stance because that's what his voting base wants.
And I get it. He just playing the game.
Just remember, he was a Democrat for the longest time.
Oh yeah,
he was a Republican, right? I mean, the same people that he is, because he can go with that stance and be anti and be pro life. He can be pro life, right? Because there's no documentation of him ever having paid for that, right? But the same people who are pro life are also anti divorce. Right? They believe in, like, one person forever, and he definitely doesn't fit that bill, right? But
yeah,
they kind of, like, these people kind of, they don't care. It's like, okay, he's not perfect in all areas, but at least because he's given them the pro-life thing, at least they're getting that, right? So that's the one thing that they really care about. It's always those inflexible areas that they care about, right? So he's giving them that. it's funny. It's funny how the pro-life people generally love guns too.
Oh, the pro-life?
The pro-lifers are also Second Amendment folks.
Yeah, I mean, but like they're not.
Wait a
They're
second.
like they're in it to defend
Which amendment
themselves.
are we talking? I can make sure we get my amendments right. Is Second Amendment right to bear arms, or is that freedom of speech?
It might be freedom of speech.
Typically, it's pro-life, freedom of speech, right to bear arms. They're all about those
Yeah.
three things.
But I mean, like them saying the right to bear arms is like they want the right to defend themselves. They want the right to where if you run up on my front lawn talking crazy, I get to blow you down. That's it. That's all.
But
Like it's not.
Oddly, all these. I mean, like it's funny how like, as if you were a liberal person, if you were a progressive person, you why argue against having the right to defend yourself? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? Yes, weapons like that can hurt people,
Yeah.
right? But would you give up your own life to have I mean, like, because think about it. If you could have had one, let's say you run into a situation where you really needed one, right? But because of the way the laws are, you couldn't have one, period. Okay, no law-abiding person could get one.
Right.
Just imagine that. Let's say that they're able to effectively ban firearms, okay, to make it's illegal to buy them.
Right.
So, that's not going to stop certain people from getting them.
No, there's always when there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, and the only way to stop people from having firearms is to not have firearms exist. Right? I mean, like, try to find a program to destroy all the firearms in the world. It ain't gonna happen. I mean, like,
I wouldn't want it to happen. I'm not really a gun person myself. I don't own a gun, but like when I hear certain stories of why people have guns, like I was telling you about Nick Irvin, they called him the Grim Reaper. He was an Army sniper.
Yeah.
So he gets interviewed a lot now. Anytime gun violence happens, they interview Nick. And he actually has very, very good stances on things, right? He has said something recently where he was like, I'm always armed. Like, he lives in Texas. He was like, I'm always armed.
Yeah.
And he was like, my lady is always armed. If we go somewhere, I keep a pistol on me because I'm just trying to get back to my AR, which is in the car. And I'm like, what kind of situation are you going to be in where you got to shoot it out with somebody to get back to your AR-15?
You'd be surprised.
Huh?
You'd be surprised. Okay, so when we ran teams in the Philippines, right? Okay, so a pistol.
Yeah.
A pistol it's not your primary weapon. It is not your primary.
That's what he was saying. It's not I'm just using this to get to my primary weapon.
Yeah. See, the reason why it's not your primary weapon is because, okay, so Raymond, you haven't spent a lot of time with firearms, right?
No.
Hitting something with a pistol is not easy. So people watch John Wick and this guy's dumping like tons of rounds and everything's hitting, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that. And yeah, Keanu Reeves has practice. So we've seen the videos of him at the practice range and he spent a lot of time. But the thing is that what he's shooting at is static. He knows where all the targets are. So he's just practicing over and over again with the same setup, right?
Yeah, people move.
Yeah, so that's different. So you can get really good at a single course of fire because if you know where all the targets are and you know the distance, I mean, you can get good at that, right? But hitting something that's firing back at you or that's moving towards you is very difficult with a pistol. It's a lot easier with a long arm. Really a lot easier with a long arm. Right? So I was talking to a guy at the range the other day, and he's a former Marine, and he was talking about, he was at Pendleton, I think it was. Qualifying with an AR, okay, is, basically they're hitting targets out at 100 plus yards with iron sights. Iron sights means no scope.
Oh, yeah.
100 yards out, iron sights, human sized. Okay, metal reactive target. Right. That's what you need to do to qualify with it. Okay, anybody using it in the military has to be able to qualify, right? And you can do that with the long arm. You can do it with a rifle. Yes. You cannot do it with a pistol.
Too far.
Dude, 100 yards out with a pistol, you got to be really, really good. And I'm not talking about a hunting pistol with a really long barrel. I'm talking about your standard defense
9mm.
sidearm. You know, you're not hitting targets. Yeah, if you have 15 rounds to throw out that target, you might hit it 10% of the time, right? But it's not easy to make contact. And that's why you're fighting back to. So when I watch police shows, and you get like a couple cops showing up at this, number one, they didn't wait for backup. Then they're gonna go clear a house, right? And they're doing it with sidearms. It's like, dude, you probably have an AR in the car, or at least a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
Why are you going into this house with a sidearm? Right? You know you have other stuff you can be using. Okay.
Right.
No, they would. I mean, they show up. They're all gonna get, because in the end, they want to be able to get home. Right? Why go in there crippling? I mean, like handicapping yourself. You want to get home. Why walk in with your 9mm?
Right.
Right. And so yeah.
Shoot.
So like you said, like the guys got this in the car. So in the Philippines, they're running teams, right? Protective teams. In the convoy, there would be. I mean, like I was pushing for an M4 for every team member. Right. So in each vehicle, every team member, there's an M4 for everybody. That's the goal. It's expensive. Okay. But the goal is to have an M4 for everybody. So everybody is carrying 45 autos as their sidearms. Okay. All the same weapons, so they can exchange magazines. Okay. They're all carrying that as their sidearms. But when things go wrong, they all go to their, an M4 is it's just a configuration of an AR style weapon.
Yeah.
Right. It's got a folding stock. It's got a shorter barrel. So it's easier to work inside tight spaces with it. Like within a vehicle. Okay. And so, and these are protective services. I mean, like, that's they're bodyguards. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what they're using. And if you're going to defend somebody, you can defend yourself. You're going to defend the principal. You might as well use something that you have a better chance of hitting somebody with.
No, I get it when you're like a person like that. Like I get it.
But remember, like, these guys are prepared for any problem because they encounter problems for a living, right?
Right.
But those problems can find you as a regular person. Right? So you never know when you'll need this kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, like, it could be anything random. I mean, like, you could get into a fender bender with some complete psycho.
Oh, yeah. And they came at me sideways.
Yeah. Like, they may not like the way you look. Any random reason.
I get what you're saying.
Right? Or it could be you could just be in a place where somebody else is going. Like any of those school shooters, right? Let's say that there's a school, like it's a school shooter, you're driving, like, and this guy didn't feel like dying in the school. Now he's making a run for it. Right? What if you end up encountering that guy who's on the run for something?
Oh, and you got to shoot it out with him.
Any random thing could happen, right? Anything, it could be, I mean.
I get it, because I guess.
Why not be prepared?
I get it. I guess it's like I don't run into that type of randomness, because I look at it like this.
Well, no, you haven't run into that type of randomness. Because remember, it's randomness.
Oh, no, I understand. I understand randomness, right? But I also believe in how you live your life dictates what type of randomness you're going to run into. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, okay, like I have a cousin, right? Where he just recently caught a gun charge. Where, like, I would tell him, like, because remember, I'm Mr. I don't run around with guns. I don't have these situations. I'm like, man, I live my life where I don't have to run into these situations. Well, I do, Ray. You know what I'm saying? And he broke down a couple situations where it was like having this gun made things a lot easier. And it wasn't like he had to use it. It was just having it gave him a certain sense of security, because it could have went left. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get it from a certain like standpoint of like how you live your life. But it, like, for me, it's just like, I don't live my life like that where it's just like if I got into a fender bender, even if the guy is kind of crazy, I always take the high road with it. All right, man. Well, then go. I'll figure it out later if you got a problem with it.
Well,
You know what I'm
remember,
saying? I like it, trust me. I've had a gun pointed in my face. I've been in that situation. I was definitely doing something I shouldn't have been doing where I brought that energy across myself. And you know what I did? I talked the gun out of my face. It's very surprising that I did that. And a lot of people were like, man, those wasn't no real robbers. Well, guess what? They had guns and they tried to rob me. And I talked my way out of it. So it's just like, I just handle my life differently. I get it.
I mean,
but it's just I
but
handle it
okay,
differently.
so we're not talking about robbery. We're talking about random crap. I mean, like there's things that happen you just can't. And it's remember you haven't run across that before. But what I'm talking about is the possibility of running across it. That's the reason why
Right.
some people carry these things, right?
Yeah, no,
They're
I
not
get
looking
it.
for trouble, right? The majority of people in America carrying firearms, and we're not talking about people carrying illegally, right? We're talking about people who are following the law where they are and carrying these firearms,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now we live in California. We live in Southern California. There's the chance of us carrying firearms legally is very slim. Okay, there's ways to have them, but you cannot have them on your person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to be able to get a concealed carry permit in L.A. County, impossible.
Woo!
Okay,
Impossible.
there's ways to do it. You can get a concealed carry permit in a different county, and it's good for the whole state. So if you qualify in San Bernardino, you can carry in L.A. County.
Mm.
Okay, if you qualify in like Eureka, you can carry in L.A. County.
Right.
Okay, other counties will possibly give you a permit.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm not talking about carrying illegally, and I'm not talking about carrying because you are looking for situations where you need one.
Right.
We're talking about like the way Texans carry,
Right.
right? We're talking about the way that a pastor may carry in
I mean, shoot,
Arizona.
in Texas, I used to see people with gun racks on their truck.
Yeah, see, because okay, Texas is different. Texas has two kinds of carry. There's concealed, and then there's open carry.
Mm-hmm.
See, Arizona's the same way. Arizona allows open carry. So
Oh.
if you just want to carry a firearm without getting a permit, you can carry it openly.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, a gun rack in the truck is open carry. A firearm on your hip without a covering garment is open carry.
Mm-hmm.
So you can walk around in Texas, in Arizona, I believe it is too, with a firearm on your hip, loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and as long as it's open for people to see, you're legal.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't mean like, if you're carrying it and you're not and you're facing away from somebody, so it's concealed from their view, still legal, because once you turn that direction, they see it's not like you're hiding it with something,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm not sure how they stand on severely overweight people carrying their firearms underneath their belly rolls. I'm not sure how that goes.
I don't know about that one either.
But so that's one way you can carry it in those states. Another way you can do it is if you want to conceal it, you can apply for a permit. Many
Okay.
states
Like if
allow
I
it.
want to have it in a bag.
Yeah, if you want to have it under a jacket, if you want to
Mm.
have it under a shirt, if you want to have it in a bag, yeah, you can apply for a permit. And in California, you can too, but
Right.
it's up to the county to issue it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
But like to be honest, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because I didn't live in the hood when I was in Texas.
Now
Really lived in a suburb.
remember, people who are getting these permits are completely law-abiding. You can't have
Yeah,
felonies and be able to get these permits.
yeah. Because I mean, like there's practically no gun violence where I was at. I never heard of a gun violence or a gun situation where I was at when I lived there, and I lived there like 4 years. I mean, in
Where?
the hood, you will hear, huh?
Where's this?
In Dallas,
In Dallas. Okay.
Texas. Yeah, we was in a suburb called Louisville. Like, never, never had a gun charge, and there was a ghetto of Louisville. And like, I never heard of anybody getting shot or killed or anything like that.
Yeah, it's nuts how like, it comes back down to, I mean, like, you have to have we need firearms laws that allow people to have firearms,
Mm.
because and they talk about that when if firearm ownership is criminalized, right? Only people who will possess firearms are criminals, right? Because
Exactly.
that's what's going to happen. I mean, like, you're setting the country up for a situation where law-abiding people can't defend themselves against people who are armed.
True.
And they think that these laws will prevent criminals from having firearms. Are they on crack?
That's why I don't listen. Like the way I am now, I don't listen to anybody who's like, "Oh, we need to take away the guns." Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, like even just the whole tyrannical government thing, like going back to what we were talking about with Biden, right? That was fascism right there. Remember, we couldn't remember we had to call it the jab.
Oh
There was
yeah,
no
yeah,
freedom
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
speech or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot that was going on that
yeah.
people failed to like realize that was actually fascism. You know what I'm saying? And like remember his vice president was running on gun control.
Another moment there. I mean, like, we we not we, but America as a whole is like branding Trump as a king, right?
Yeah.
A guy who's trying to grab. But the thing was is that guy was elected,
He was elected.
right? And okay, then there's a process, right?
Mhm.
What's the process by which a nominee gets the nomination from their party? So Trump had to fight to become nominated for. It was a landslide, obviously, within the Republican Party. They
Yeah.
nominated him like hands down. Okay, yeah, but he had to go through the process. He had to be nominated. He couldn't run for president for that party without that party's proper nomination.
Mhm.
Same thing goes with the other side. I mean, like, Biden was running because it is the prerogative. It's considered basically the sitting president who can run again doesn't have to be nominated.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess theoretically they could nominate somebody else theoretically,
Mhm.
but generally speaking, the sitting president who can run again gets the nomination automatically.
Mhm.
Okay, if it's not going to be the sitting president who runs, they must be nominated,
Mhm.
right? Somehow the Democratic side of things bypassed that process to have Harris run. She was not nominated.
She wasn't nominated.
Basically, he was running already. He was running, and in a moment they said he's not fit to run. Let's replace him with her. That's what happened.
Yeah.
How's that? I mean, like, how is that even? That's not legal. That's not proper. I mean, like,
But remember, we were actually living in a
yeah,
fascist government during that time.
like,
They were just
that.
doing whatever.
Yeah, that was the current president appointing his successor.
Right.
Now, obviously, a current president can appoint his successor by endorsing them. He can, like,
Right.
Biden could have said, "I want her to run. Vote for
He never did that.
He didn't. She didn't get the nomination. She
Right.
automatically took it.
Mhm.
Right? She was not nominated to run for president by her party.
Right.
It's crazy how that happened, right? But it's an emergency situation. I mean, like, how far gone was he that they had to make that move,
I'm telling you,
Bad. If it's unprecedented, it had to be bad.
right?
it was very bad. I mean, remember he boo booed on himself at one point in time.
Wow,
He fell upstairs. He was falling down.
dang,
It was bad. Remember when he tried to when he debated Trump? That was
yeah, that was
horrible.
horrible. That was embarrassing. You felt. I mean, like, no matter how you felt about him, you felt for the guy in that moment.
You
It's
felt like, huh?
like nobody. Say what you want about him, but he did serve his country for a long, long, long time, right?
He did.
And for the most part, to the best of his ability. And nobody wants to see a leader go out like that.
Man, he went out bad. Like, cause I mean, honestly, where I saw it going kind of wrong, cause I was like, I can't believe people let this happen. That man came on the Breakfast Club, one of the biggest platforms of our culture, and told us that we not black if we don't vote for him. I thought that was crazy. I thought that was wild. I couldn't believe that man said that. But Trump is racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump is racist, and he said that. And he said that in front of black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? They didn't say nothing.
Wait, but didn't
Like,
Obama say the same thing regarding voting for Harris?
He said the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. No. Like, I'm not like, calm down right now.
See,
like,
that's the,
don't ever try to pull a race card on me over voting.
see, and that's the thing, though. I mean, like, it doesn't matter what race a person is, whether they're your race or not. You vote for the one you think's going to do the best job. It shouldn't be voting just because they look like you.
No, really, it opened up the gate for me to really investigate what the Democratic Party was. And really, this is actually, like, they don't like to talk about it, but it is the party of racism. It was started by the Ku Klux Klan. When you look at the beginning of the Democratic Party, they have pictures of it. I'm not making this up. It was started by Klans members. They was walking down where's the street in front of the White House? And Klans Row promoted the Democratic Party.
And
and then just because it's black people a part of it, you're just telling me that it's not still a racist organization?
Yeah, and that's what's really weird about things. I mean, like, the names are holdovers from a long time ago, right? The parties of today don't resemble the parties as they originally were in many ways, right?
Right.
But the president known for freeing the slaves, right? Lincoln was Republican.
Right.
It's the weirdest thing, right? So I don't know. I mean, like, does this two-party system really work?
It does not work. I think what has happened, and like I'm really starting to really believe this, and I think it's like, however, just saying it, the people from my community do not value education, so a lot of them are misinformed. So they take the misinformation and take it as truth. You know what I'm saying? And like, once you take it as truth, an echo chamber starts.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, if I would have went to the Texas Soul was Saturday.
Yeah.
If I would have went to the Texas Soul with a Make America Great Again hat, you know what kind of hell I would have had?
Yes. Yes.
And you just think about this. We all live in America. Why wouldn't we want to make America great again?
Oh my God, I saw something weird. Okay, and that's true. I mean, what's wrong? I mean, when did it suddenly become un-American to be patriotic? Any thought of America first, suddenly it's everybody sees this as like some form of like racial dog whistle. Like to put America first suddenly means white people for some reason. And yeah, there are probably a fair number of bigoted people who believe in America first because, and that's a weird thing to say, but a lot, I mean, like, it's not, they're not, see, like a patriotic person isn't necessarily racist, but for the most part, racist people are pretty patriotic.
Yeah,
okay,
I get it.
Right, because they're Americans, okay?
Right.
Okay, obviously, a racist person in a different country will not be a patriotic American, right? But anybody racist in America is probably pretty patriotic, okay? Because they're American and they're extreme, right? So they're going to be patriotic. But, like, putting America first, I mean, like, pulling us out of other countries' business to take care of our own business, right? Or putting our agenda and needs ahead of other countries. Since when was that bad? Since when was taking care of American citizens before we took care of people here illegally? When was that bad? Right? It's weird. Bad? And I saw this thing where there's a push to try to save the Democratic Party. They're making Make America Great Again hats in blue.
They should.
Right, to this thought. Let's have them embrace the slogan, but let's make the hat blue so it comes from a different angle. It's weird. It's all like branding now, right?
It's all because at the end of the day, they can't. Remember, you lost to Trump, and you can't take away the fact that he just marketed it better.
Yeah,
that's
he
it.
did.
He marketed it better. You like the way they tried to like the Biden thing. I don't even like to talk about that one. But the way they put Kamala out there, that was whack. They thought that they were just going to, if you don't vote for her, you're not black. Oh, if you don't vote for her, you're a bigot. Oh, if you don't vote for her, you're anti-woman. If you don't vote for her, you're racist.
Yeah, dude,
like they tried to do too much. They tried to shame us into voting.
They try to shame you to vote. And see here's what's nuts. This is what's really, really crazy. The Trump machine understands Americans.
Yeah.
They understand average people. Okay? Is he an average dude? He has way more money than the average person. Yeah. He has way more education than the average person. People always make fun of him for being dumb. He ain't dumb. I mean, like, you know,
that ain't no dumb guy.
The dude won the presidency twice. Okay. The guy, regardless of how you look at his business acumen, the guy's become a billionaire. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's far from dumb. Okay.
Right.
Is he narcissistic? Maybe, right? But he's not dumb. Okay. Does he make a good show of looking like a kind of buffoon? Yeah, kind of, but he's not. It's a persona. He's not dumb.
No. Okay. And actually, you know, even him doing these memes and making AI is very hilarious.
It's very hilarious.
But
it's very American. He feels like a guy next door. I mean, like, he reminds me of somebody I would know who would do that.
Yeah, because and honestly, like, I guess like that is kind of like a theme for me this weekend. Is just stand up for yourself. Don't just let it happen.
Yeah.
He's standing up for himself. These people out here making all types of memes and have all types of posters in front of the White House. And it's like, you think I'm just about to let this slide, huh? You know, that's how I felt about it. I'm like, okay, you like Trump ain't letting it slide.
Yep. He's
got his protest, he got his.
He's posting the memes now. So that's the thing. So he's more in connection with the real America.
Right?
They're more in connection with this fringe group of, like, this minor fringe of people that don't have the vote, right?
Right.
Trump's connecting with the majority of people. I mean, he feels it's weird that how can this guy who has really very little in common with them connect with them so well? Right.
I mean, because he marketed himself, man.
And he knows them. He knows the people. And what's crazy
marketed
is
himself. He marketed to the right people too.
Yes, he knows who to market to. It's like I always tell everybody, right? There's a certain percentage of people who don't matter. It sounds really, really callous to say it, but if it's not enough to win, like if marketing to this group will let you win, why try to convince this group that you don't need? Right?
Yeah.
Get the votes you need, win, right? And this group here that you didn't need is going to be very vocal and pissy, but right. But here's the thing about the Democratic side of things, right? They see Trump comes down and acts out at the average American level, right? Rather than telling them what they need to do, he does what they want him to do. Right? He, like I said, for like our digital content, give the people what they want and you will be successful.
Give the people what they want. And focus on what the people want.
Yeah, focus on what they want. Find out what they want and give it to them. That's how you get them to that in digital marketing, everything. That's how you find success. It's like the progressive side of things thinks we're all idiots and we need to be told what to do. It's like, oh, they look at Americans like we're not smart enough to make the right decisions. So they got to tell us how to think.
Right.
And that never comes off well.
Never.
Do you want to be told, oh, like, and we're going to hit on a couple like glaring things we keep talking about too much. It's like, do we want to be told the realities of gender? And no. It's like,
and a lot of that's made up.
Yeah. Do we want to be told about, I mean, like, you know, do you want somebody telling you that if you don't want to vote for this person, then you're not whatever enough, you're not black enough, you're not, no, you don't want to be told that. It's like, do you want to be told, oh, this is good for you, you have to vote for this? Why? No, it's like,
honestly, like, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Besides the protests and the constant people hating on Trump, I like everything better this way. Because I'm telling you, like, last year was horrible. Last year was bad. Like, man, Joy Reid, I used to hate when people would react to what she said. Because that's the only reason I didn't watch Joy Reid. I would just watch what people would say. Because I'll be like, this lady really has a show? And, like, they letting her say this type of stuff? Are you serious? Man, it was crazy. It was like The View. The View has gotten very quiet these days.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like last year, it was like, whoa. It was a lot of stuff going on that was wild. It was wild last year.
Dude, it's like
I
the
I
thought
prefer
police, you
Trump
know?
over I prefer Trump over last year.
Yeah, we were being pulling me like, you couldn't say things out loud. I mean, like, it's crazy how things have gotten out of hand.
They would say that it was misinformation, and where it was like you can have your thought on certain
Yeah,
things. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I have my thoughts on a lot of things, and I had to just let me just be quiet
yeah.
because you know what I'm saying? I'm not about to get in this argument with people and be in the echo chamber. I'm not going to argue against the echo chamber.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, but it's crazy when the government is back in the echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? As if it's true. Because like, we can go down the line on a lot of things where either the government lied or the government was wrong. You know what I'm saying? We can go down the complete line. Like the government is not perfect, and I understand it. But at the end of the day, like even despite how bad it was last year, I wouldn't want to live nowhere else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot, look into Nigeria, they persecuting Christians right now. It's all types of random stuff going on.
Dude, I saw something yesterday. I haven't seen it in a while. Remember when the creators of South Park did their 25th anniversary concert? Did you guys ever see that?
Uh-uh.
So if you got Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, South Park is exclusively on there now, right?
Yeah.
They're on Paramount.
On Paramount Plus,
Technically,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Which is part of Prime includes that.
yeah.
So look up if you have Paramount Plus, look up South Park 25th anniversary concert. So the creators of South Park did a live concert. Over the course of 3 or 4 days, they sold tickets. So it was in the Red Rocks Amphitheater, and they sold that thing out for like 3 or 4 days straight. And they recorded one evening to broadcast as a special, right? And we look at these guys right now. They're roasting the crap out of Trump, right?
Roasting them.
They're
I don't know if
roasting
you
him.
saw the last episode.
They're really roasting him. But the funny part, I mean, like, yeah, it's some crazy roasting, but it's for fun. I mean, they're joking with the guy, they're messing with him, right? But they're really painting him. They're they're not really going after his politics. They're going after him as a character,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, like, hey, I ain't gonna front. I actually like the character. I just like the character style. It actually makes me laugh every time I see it.
Dude,
Because the way they have his facial expressions
it's
is
perfect.
it's perfect.
Yes.
It's so funny to me.
It is so funny. The way they have Trump is hilarious. I love the way, I mean, like, I actually like the character in South Park. I mean, I'm enjoying him. I'm enjoying him as a character in South Park, right?
I'm enjoying it, but it's just because you know what? Like, it was crazy. Like, and the funny thing about it, it seemed like my son's head was down or he had his headphones on each and every time it happened. When they kept showing his penis, because my girlfriend caught it. She was like, I think he went to go to the abortion clinic and he sat on the little table.
And he spread his legs up.
What? She was like, why is it out like that?
And his butt, you can see his butthole. I'm like, what the hell?
Like, it was like, oh my God, they're doing way too much right now. And I'm telling you, it was just like on cue. My son was just not paying attention every time they said this.
Oh, I was dying.
Because like this episode, it was about the whole 6-7 thing, right?
Yeah.
My son had just came to us the day before and was like, have y'all heard of 6-7? We're like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just funny that my son is going through this. I'm like, I cannot believe he's going through kid trends right now. So like, he telling us about it, and we're like, what is this BS?
And then
they did it in South Park.
In South Park, yeah, dude. South Park's incredible because I told you that before. They make this thing the week before.
It seemed like it.
Yeah, dude. It's so perfect. It's so prescient. So what's hilarious about the reason why I bring it up is because we know that they're going hard after Trump. See, the thing is, they go after everybody. And whenever they go after, I mean, they don't pull any punches, right? They just, I mean, they go with whatever is out there at the time,
right?
Okay. It does not mean they're un-American.
No.
Okay. They're not trying to they're not calling for his resignation. I mean, they're just poking fun at the guy because he's a target of opportunity.
He's a target of opportunity.
So I was watching their 25th anniversary special. Right, and they did this. So they had. You guys have heard of Rush, right? The band Rush.
Yeah.
Right. So Rush is a like legendary, like, progressive rock band. I mean, they do some weird ass shit. They do like alien type. So they have a couple bands up there. They had Primus. Primus is the band that did their stuff. So they had Primus. Those guys are experimentative.
They're friends.
Yeah, they're friends. They're close, right? They had Primus. They had a group called Ween. Ween's weird. Ween does some really weird ass, like, talking to the mollusks type shit. So there's Ween, and then they had the Rush. Two members of Rush came on, right? Because these guys are wildly successful, so of course they can have all their idols come on, right? So these guys were like theater majors or whatever at the University of Colorado when they met in the 20s, and they so they play all these instruments. So they did a concert, right? So they did the concert was all the music, because South Park is full of these crazy ass songs.
Yeah.
Right. So they did basically all the big songs from South Park in this concert, right? And then their big finish, their big like show-stopping finish, was the theme song from Team America.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
okay.
dude, that's the best song ever. Like, you know how it goes? It goes, America, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And then the lyrics is like basically, you suck my dick and lick on my ball. I mean, like this. I'm looking at that song, right? And to me, that's like, I mean, if he could do it, Trump would play that song at his rally.
He probably would.
He would. I mean,
he would, and the crowd would go wild.
Dude, I was going wild. I mean, that song. I mean, it's crazy how it's a parody, but it's like and they talked. And the funny thing is, then when they introduced that song, they were saying like, South Park could have only happened in America. You could not have created that show in any other country. Nowhere would gives you the freedom to do that kind of shit except for here. Right.
I think, and the thing about it, I think probably Trump watch it and think it's funny.
I'm pretty sure he does. I'm pretty he's giggling at it. Right?
I'm telling you, if he would see his face, I'm telling you, the only thing,
face, dude, the face,
the penis part is that's what's wild. That is the only thing that's wild. But the facial expressions, the way he talks,
it is perfect. It is perfect.
It's perfect. I smile every time I see it.
Me too.
It's like, it's funny. It's too funny.
But what cracks me up though is when he's walking the hallways and there's all those portraits of him with his pants down.
Yeah, like it's just, man, that's why it's just so random.
It is random.
This week it made more sense why they kept showing his penis.
The storyline actually, I mean, like, and J.D. Vance is playing a much bigger role than you thought he was.
Oh yeah,
J.D. Vance is like this Machiavellian guy behind the scenes making everything happen, right?
Right.
He's not freaking Tattoo from Fantasy. I mean, he's way more than that. I mean, like, but it's freaking crazy. I mean, like, but so I can just see Trump. I mean, like, that song from Team America is like incredibly American. I mean, like, it's a parody, but now it's playing as patriot. I mean, like, it's how it's that America fuck yeah is kind of like a Toby Keith song. If you don't remember Toby Keith, Toby Keith is a country singer who does a whole bunch of jingoistic type songs. So, I mean,
honestly, I think they freestyle that.
Originally,
that's not nothing. I think they just I think they just get inside the booth and coming through to say the motherfucking thing. Yeah, like that. It is like that is the only way they could have made that song.
But you've got to watch the concert version because they start naming off things like Branson, McDonald's, fuck yeah. They start naming Starbucks, fuck yeah. It's awesome. It's the most incredible thing you've ever seen. And the way that they played it at the concert, they were playing it seriously as an American patriotism song.
Yeah,
they weren't. It was no longer a parody. They were really playing it as like they're proud of to be. Like,
I can see the whole crowd,
and the crowd was just going. They seem like they're freaking banging their heads. I mean, it's nuts. And I mean, like, think about it. These guys are but the thing is, they're roasting Trump, but at the same time, you got to realize they roast everybody. Nobody's safe.
I mean, I like because they tried to bring it up. It's only because the quartering did it, and I kind of agree with them. They took out the one with Muhammad.
I don't even remember that one.
No, they made it, and I think Paramount made them scrap it.
I don't even remember. Did they ever play it?
No, they never played it. They were supposed to release one of where they talked about Muhammad, and they they had to scrap it. Because you know what? At first, like, you know how Jeremy with the quartering does it. He making like, so you can make fun of Jesus, but you can't make fun of Muhammad. And I now when I think about it, it's because Muslims can't take a joke.
Yeah, dude, and I mean, there's a reason why you can't do. I mean, like, you know, doing. I mean, so I mean, and that brings you down to practicality, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, you can make fun of. The reason you can make fun of Jesus is because no Christian's gonna bomb your building.
Christian, yeah, we're not gonna do none of that.
Think about it. I mean,
Honestly,
like,
and
remember
like
what,
honestly, this week how he portrayed Jesus, that was actually kind of funny.
Jesus
I
is
thought that was
giving in now.
hilarious.
Dude, but what's crazy? I mean, think about it, man. Remember, okay, what's the last place that published a picture of Muhammad?
There are no pictures of Muhammad.
Well, no, there's no, of course, no pictures, but you're not even supposed to do representations of him. You can't draw him.
Yeah,
right?
you're not supposed to draw him or anything.
Where's the last place that did it? Some place did do it.
Who?
You remember that?
No.
What was it called? Charlie Hesba, whatever it was. It was a French paper or a French magazine. See, the reason why Paramount won't let them do it, well, nobody should do it, is because Charlie Hebdo. Look it up, Quentin. Charlie Hebdo is what it's called. Okay? They published it in the thing, and what happened? Their headquarters got attacked.
Really?
Yeah. Look it up, Quentin. Charlie Hebdo, I think it's called. Happened a couple of years back.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
Okay?
Like that.
That's what happens when you do that. Right? You don't want to mess with that. I mean, like, you know, like if South Park did it now, right? They would attack. They'd probably try to get the two guys who created it, and they'd probably go after their parent company. Right? Paramount would have issues. Right?
Paramount will have issues.
So I mean, it's not something you find it, Quentin?
I got a video.
Wait, so but just give us a rundown. How many folks died? And what was it? Was it a bombing? What was it?
Charlie Hebdo is a French satirical weekly magazine founded by Francis Cavana and
Just give us some numbers. How many people died, and how do they do it?
has been the target of 3 terrorist attacks: 2011, 2015, 2020.
But what was the one right after the Muhammad thing?
I'm looking for that.
That's
I had
when we
a video.
right?
I had a video of that, but it just had a video. It didn't have words.
Well, there's got to be a news article or a Wikipedia about the Muhammad killings. Hold on, let me get this going here.
Killing 12 people.
How's it spelled? Charlie Hebdo? Is it spelled Charlie?
Hebdo.
Wait, is it Charlie?
Yeah.
Charlie Hebdo.
Uh-huh.
Hebdo Muhammad. Okay, there it is. Charlie Hebdo Muhammad. Okay, here we go. There it is. Wikipedia. So I'm sharing this so you guys can see it, right? And there's what got him. Oh, wow. They have this on the Wikipedia site. Okay. Issue number 1011. 2011. Several attacks against Charlie Hebdo, including arson attacks at its headquarters, were motivated by the issue's cover. Caricature Muhammad, who's the... See, this is one thing that Islam doesn't allow. It doesn't allow depictions of him. That's a depiction of Muhammad, right? I mean, this could have been any Islamic person, but it
could have been any.
But he's saying who he is in the bubble, right? Okay, so they released it. Okay. See, actually, it says 100 lashes if you do not die laughing. Bad move. Okay. There it is. November 1st, 2011. It's arson. So their offices were burned down with a Molotov cocktail. Everything was destroyed. Okay. Let's see. Then the cartoonist was placed under police protection. Threats on their Facebook page. 2015 terrorist attack. 2 Islamic terrorists stormed the Charlie Hebdo offices and shot and killed 12 people.
Wow. All over.
Afterwards, the terrorists reportedly declared, "We have avenged the Prophet Muhammad. We have killed Charlie Hebdo." Among the victims were cartoonists, the cartoonists who did it.
Whoa, wow.
Yeah, so you don't mess with that. Because you don't dude, it's like 4 years later. Some guys came, so they burned the place down, hacked the website, and then 4 years later, some dudes roll into the office when you thought it was all over and killed 12 people. So you just don't do that. So,
and that was targeted. They really wanted to get the cartoonists.
Yeah. See, I'm telling you, man, Paramount is more than justified for squashing that, because you can mess with Trump, you can mess with Tom Cruise, right? You can mess with anything you want, right? Like Tom Cruise was pissed about his appearance in South Park, because Tom Cruise's character,
Tom Cruise ain't gonna send people.
Yeah, because Tom Cruise, most he can do is run for. I mean, like in the episode, if you don't remember, Tom Cruise was there for some reason. He was hiding in the closet, and they kept telling him, "Tom Cruise, come out of the closet. You can come out of the closet now, Tom." They kept saying that, right, as if he was gay, right?
Was that the episode? Did R. Kelly come and get him out the closet or something like
Was
that?
that who did? I don't remember.
I think it was something like that. I know they had a R. Kelly episode where somebody kept running in the closet. So yeah, it had to be. Yeah,
so you can piss anybody off you want. You can't piss them off.
Yeah, I get it. And like at the end of the day, it's just like, we can talk about Islam another day.
Yeah.
But it just kind of shows you like kind of the root of their religion.
They got,
you know what I'm saying? Like people will be like, "Well, why do they feel so comfortable about doing it with Christianity? Because we can take a joke."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Those folks have no chill.
They have no chill, and there's nothing in the Bible that says like if somebody makes a joke about God to kill them. They actually have that in their books.
Yeah.
They have that in there. That's a part of their religion. Like you just don't do that.
And what's nuts is it's not God, it's a prophet.
It's the prophet, exactly.
Right.
So it's just like, and Jesus tells you, give them the other cheek if they hit you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Forgive those who, trespass against you.
So
totally different.
It makes sense that Paramount would talk them out of that idea. And and those two guys, you got to realize, when they were confronted with that thought, it's like, dude, it could be 5 years from now, it could be 10 years from now, and they can come at us for this, right? Because look, they waited 4 years for their Charlie Hebdo thing to do it, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't like there's a governing body of Muslim clerics ordering this stuff around. These are just random reactionist Muslim people who are taking on themselves to do this.
Yeah. You'll never know who did it. It's lone wolf who did it.
And they don't even know who did it, right?
Right.
They wasn't organized. It's like, so a random group said, let's do this. So yeah, it makes sense that they would not mess with that. And it's a good idea not to mess with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good. And that's just bad. It's bad for business. And so, the South Park guys, they're reasonable people. I think they're, and the thing is, I don't necessarily know if they hate Trump or not, or how they feel about his politics, but he's just another target to them.
Yeah, Trump can get it too.
They're not going after him with an incredible amount of malice. They're joking about it. It's a gag. Like when they had him in the desert and he had that, what's it called? Organic, what's it called? They said something was fake.
Yeah, it was wiener.
It was hilarious. It was crazy. It was funny.
It was a lot.
Right?
Like it was too much for TV. That's why it's on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, that's why.
You know what I'm saying? I just thank God that every time I try to watch this show, especially because you don't know what's about to happen next.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, my son, it's like clockwork. My son will either go somewhere, he'll go in the room while I'm watching it. He's not catching the too intense scenes because, I'm telling you, my girlfriend was like, "Why are we seeing his junk like that? That is crazy." And why is he sitting in that seat like that? Because I was like, I don't know. I really don't.
Well, okay. Remember, why is it sit? Okay, so it's a bit of because so Quentin, he's in an abortion clinic, right? And so the funny thing is he's trying to get his life partner. I don't know what to call Satan.
Satan is his girlfriend.
Is his girlfriend? Whatever you mean,
Satan is. I don't know what to call
Satan's
it.
pregnant.
Satan's
pregnant with, as Fox News in the show is calling it the butt baby. Okay, so Satan's pregnant with Donald Trump's butt baby. That's what the basic storyline here is. Okay, and for some reason, Vice President J.D. Vance was driving for Trump to get Satan to have an abortion. Okay, so because basically, because this thing will be the Antichrist. I mean, like, this thing would be the next leader of the world, right?
Yeah, and
So
it'll affect his presidency.
Yeah, so J.D. Vance wants his turn at bat. He's next, right? So he wants this. So he's been trying to drive Trump towards getting rid of this baby, right?
Right.
And so he points out that there's only one abortion clinic left operating, and it's in D.C. And he's giving Trump all these ideas, right? So Trump goes there to talk to the doctors, right? And he's waiting in line. He's waiting in the waiting room, right? And he gives a fake name, but it's obviously Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
He gives a fake name. He walks in, and it's an examination room. So Donald Trump walks into the room to talk to the doctor, takes his pants off, and jumps up and puts his legs up in the stirrups to be examined. And so that's why he did it. So he's in a Planned Parenthood examination room, and he's putting his feet up in the stirrups for some damn reason. I mean, this version of Trump finds any reason to take off his pants.
He takes off his pants
because he has a micro penis.
Yeah, and then like he was constantly having sex with. He constantly tried to have sex with Satan. It used to be Satan only was in the bed for like the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, reading
like,
whatever.
Yeah, and it was him coming in there like, hey
Satan, come on, guy.
Yeah,
the voice.
Oh my god,
the face and the voice are perfect. I mean,
yeah,
and then he's always trying to have, and Satan's like, no, I don't feel like I'm tired. Satan's got this rough voice too. He's not girly. He's like,
yeah, Satan is well, now I don't know what he is, but he looks like a man, I guess, and he talks like a man.
But he's got a butt baby.
But he has a butt baby. Pretty much Donald Trump's wee is so small, it's the only one that can fit in Satan's butt.
Yeah, so they were saying that, like, okay, so it was, what's his name? Peter Thiel was saying that when Satan was cast down, God made his anus so small and so tight that he could not get pregnant until Donald Trump came along and it fit.
Yeah.
Right? And so now he's pregnant with the Antichrist. And it's freaking crazy. I mean, okay, I'm just repeating what's on the show. Okay, so this is not something we believe in. And so now he's pregnant, and J.D. Vance is trying to get rid of it because he believes it's going to upset his turn at bat. So the entire time we thought that the J.D. Vance character was some little sidekick throwaway. He is not. He is actually the guy behind the scenes pulling strings to get shit done. J.D. Vance is the evil genius.
Yeah. He was like we thought he was a sidekick because all he would say, the plane.
Yeah, they made J.D. Vance look like Tattoo from Fantasy Island. Right. And it's freaking hilarious, dude. And J.D. Vance, of course, reacted to his appearance in South Park like, okay, this is happening. I'm on South Park. It's kind of like, and I'm sure he's proud of it because he's the right age demographic to be like, dude, I'm on South Park.
He watched South Park growing up.
Yeah.
Like, he watched South Park.
He did. Yeah. And so he's now there.
Is J.D. Vance like, he's not in his 30s, is he?
Dude, he's younger than me. He's got to be 40-something years old.
He might end up, because what?
Quentin, look him up. J.D. Vance age.
You know what? He might, because lately they've been portraying him as a cool guy.
He's been doing something that no vice president does. He's visible.
He's been very visible.
How is he?
41.
He's 41 years old. Dude, that's young.
That's very young.
Because
he might run. He might run after Trump.
See, actually, Trump. That's the thing about Trump. I mean, like, most presidents don't let their vice presidents do squat. Most vice presidents are entirely invisible. Right?
Yeah. Kamala Harris was invisible for 4 years.
Yeah. See, Trump delegates this. I mean, like, J.D. Vance does memes like him. So they're both out there throwing crap out. They're both doing the sombrero memes.
Yep.
Dude, I live for the sombrero
he was just in California with the Marine Corps. Yep. Which was kind of random, but
he's doing stuff. I mean, like, he's taking part in everything. Trump lets his extended cast do things. Right? Yeah. The funny thing is that look back at all the previous presidents, and there are no notable standout famous cast members. name me anybody from these previous administrations who like led stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say led. Everybody, like last year, all we got was what was the I forgot they had like a acronym for it, but Saint Pierre, the lady who was the press secretary, like she got the like during the Biden administration, it seemed like she got most visibility ever. And I
Yeah,
swear to God, it felt like every time they asked her a question, she did not have an answer. Or she like they always deflect to blame it. Like it felt like anytime they asked her a question, it was like, well, January 6th.
yeah,
Like that was the answer to
yeah, pretty much.
everything.
And it's like everyone was like this bit player. Like nobody made decisions. Like and that's how it's always been. I mean, almost nobody in previous administrations was a standout. But now look at, I mean, like whether good or bad, his cabinet. I mean, like they are doing stuff independently, right?
Yeah.
Like Kristi Noem, head of ICE, right? Well, she's actually head of Homeland Security, is what she's head of, right?
Yeah.
Dude, she's they call her Ice Barbie.
Shoot, we've seen the what is it like the Kash Patel, the director of the FBI. This is the most I've ever seen a director of the
Yeah,
FBI.
and
And like I felt
and the thing is, he's fucking things up. I mean, he's doing
Yeah.
some. I mean, but the thing is that he's the only independent FBI director out. I mean, like Trump's letting him make his own mistakes. That's what's crazy.
it's crazy, and then he looked crazy because he kind of cross-eyed, and I swear to God, every time he started talking, I don't believe nothing he say.
Like I
I,
said,
don't- I like yo, we need the facts. He giving us alternative facts right now.
but
That's
the
how I
name
look
though,
at it.
Cash Patel. Come on, man.
Cash Patel, like that's crazy.
That's
ain't
crazy,
it?
right? That's an awesome name, like Cash Patel. So yeah, Kristi Noem, who's oh, what's her name? The lady who's like she's the first Pacific Islander head of some. What was she? Is she oh, what's her name? She's a colonel. She's a U.S. military colonel. She's from Hawaii.
Mhm.
What's her name again? Quinn, you looking that up?
No, I didn't find
Tulsi
her.
Gabbard. What is she? Her name is
Tulsi.
Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsigabbard. She's the first Islanders. Is she a cabinet member?
United States Director of National Intelligence.
There you go. And she's out there. I mean, like, I mean,
Yeah.
are these folks qualified? I mean, qualified or not, they're doing more stuff in front of. I mean, like, they're doing more initiatives than anybody else is in these positions ever.
Even like man, I never knew who the head of the CDC was until COVID. Now, Roderick Kennedy Jr. like that was wild.
Dude, he's
Like,
a COVID denier, isn't he?
yeah, a COVID denier. Like you know what I'm saying? Like and it's wild that he's like over the CDC.
See,
it was like you're not even a doctor.
Yeah, and actually the crazy thing is he's I mean he's a this is what's nuts. The Trump cabinet, all these guys and gals, they're all like fit prime American, right? I mean, like none of these people are out of shape. They all I mean, like, it's a body is my temple type of scenario, right? My body, like, what was it? Pete Hesgeth and RFK were doing this fitness challenge. Dude, these are guys in their 50s or 60s, shirtless, doing pull-ups. Dude, they're jacked. Have you seen these guys? Yeah. It's nuts.
I mean, but you got to even look at it. I mean, of course, Trump eats McDonald's, but
yeah,
he don't smoke or drink. He takes his health a certain type of way. And it's like, it's, to me, like, it's admirable to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
really surprised he doesn't drink. I didn't realize that about him until a little while
until he
back.
started saying that.
And he's never drunk.
Shoot, I remember when he told Barron that, don't smoke or drink, Barron. I was like, whoa, you putting that in this kid's ear. I feel it, Mr. Trump.
No, but I can agree with the, I mean, like the RFK and, I mean, they're trying to get, okay, so they're trying to bring back that thing, the what's it called again? The presidential fitness challenge.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to bring that back.
Okay.
And
I don't know about that one.
Okay, so I mean, Raymond, you probably never experienced that, but me and Quentin did growing up. I mean, every kid had to attempt to do a certain number of pull-ups, a certain number of push-ups, and run a mile within a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Everybody had to attempt it at least, right? You had
We
to
had
make
to
an
do the
attempt.
mile.
And I mean, not everyone would pass it. Obviously, like we had to also climb a freaking rope, right? You
Yeah.
had to climb a rope. You had to do you had to do pull-ups. You had to do push-ups, sit-ups, and run a mile, right?
Mhm.
In a certain, obviously, there are people who are never going to run a mile in 4 minutes. I forget what the limit was, but there's no way it's going to happen for some people, right? So yes, there will be people who don't pass, but they're trying to get they're trying to make it so that kids know it's coming to prepare, right? And the controversy now that people are having is that it's embarrassing some kids who can't, right? But the thing is, I guess the way things are now, they're letting them get tremendously unfit. They're allowing it. They're allowing a lack of fitness to happen. A level of fitness below where we've ever been is happening.
I thought that's why we took it out.
What's that?
I thought that was why we took it out, because a lot of them didn't pass.
I don't. I think they took it out because it embarrassed them, not because they didn't pass. It embarrassed them. But there's that. Is it kind of embarrassing? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I was never much of a runner, and I remember, I couldn't do the mile in the time they wanted. I know that.
And I got them awards somewhere in his house.
Right.
I got
I'm telling you, but they got to make kids at least try. But it's funny.
Yeah.
So when we were younger, now we're dating ourselves. I look at the kids who we considered fat when I was younger, and there was a time. I mean, I'm not skinny now, but there was a time when I was much younger when I was considered fat. Like really significantly fat. Right. I look at pictures of me when I was quote unquote fat, and I'm nowhere near the level of fat that I see now among kids of the same age.
Yeah, I remember there was fat kids that I didn't have a fat phase, but I did have a phase where it was like I was just bigger. Like it only came from football because it was
You
like
were
you have to
husky.
be a certain. Not even I wasn't even husky. It was just I had to be a certain weight for football, and it was like I couldn't I'm not gonna say I couldn't make the weight, but it's like I'm a grown boy. I think I'd rather eat. I don't care about no diet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like that's the only time where I was like dealt with weight issues. Other than that, like there was fat kids in my school, like in all of my classes. Rather it was like I think it was only one time where like I had a class where it wasn't no fat kids. It was only 8 people in the class.
Because I remember when I was in fourth grade, fifth grade, distinctly, there were kids in school that were fat, right?
Yeah.
And I look at those kids that we considered fat back then, and they are not fat by comparison to kids that same age now. And and not only are they not fat compared to kids now, there's fewer of them. There's fewer fat kids back in when we were considered out of a group of who knows how many kids. There was such a small percentage of us who were big like that.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at these kids because I actually ran across some old school photos, right? Remember how we used to take big class photos? I'm looking at the fat kids. I'm like, they ain't fat.
Panoramic picture.
They're not fat like I see kids today. I'm like, wow.
Oh man, you see the fat kids riding on the cart in the store. Kids, not adults. Kids. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I still like I primarily see it with Mexican people where it's like they raise really fat kids and then sometimes they'll have them in a stroller and it'll be like, man, if you don't make him walk, like you tripping right now. That's like
Dude,
Tia,
a 5-year-old
Tia,
kid
you
should not be in a
tripping.
stroller.
All you see is arms and legs hanging out.
Yeah, I'd be like, Senora, you tripping right now.
They look like Cartman from that episode in South Park where they all were trying to play video games. Remember, there was an episode where they were playing video games to win something, and they all just got obese because all they did was sit there eating Hot Pockets.
Yeah. See, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't like when I do see like like fat kids that look like me, I'd be like, it's not like I don't see them as much anymore. But then like you always see them as like I feel like I always see them with women. I don't ever see like, well, no, I ain't gonna say that because I did see this Mexican family like on Saturday, and their kid was humongous. I was like, dang, he
How old
big.
would you put?
Ain't no telling how old he was. We was going to Saturday science class. And like I was just
Older
like,
or younger
damn,
than your kid?
had to be older. He
Okay.
wasn't in the same class. Honestly, being at that white school, I don't be seeing no fat kids.
Really?
I ain't seen no fat kids yet.
Dude, know what's crazy? Okay, so I went
Not, I
to
think I've seen most of the kids too.
I went to Costco the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Costco not yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I went to Costco, and there's a few places that you can go in America where you see like a real cross section of Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them's Costco, one of them's Walmart, right? The other one's Applebee's. Okay, so okay. Oh, so maybe let's scratch Applebee's and go with Golden Corral.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Look at Raymond smile.
Yeah.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, I couldn't believe how big some of these people. There was a guy yesterday at Costco, and I was impressed. Okay, yeah, he was really big. I mean, he was heavy, but I was impressed that he was ambulant. The dude was moving around. He was walking.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, like I saw him right, and he was standing. I'm like, I half expected him to. I mean, he's out in front, right, while the carts are. I was half expecting someone to get one of those little what are they called? Those little scooter things? What are they like
Yeah.
a rascal? Whenever I was half expecting someone to get one for him, but he was just waiting for his family to come up with a cart, right? And he just started, foot out like how somebody that big has to walk. They kind of throw a foot forward, and he was just started ambling on. I'm like, holy crap,
He was big.
big. I mean, like big enough that it's noticeable. I mean, like whoa. It's like, and he moved. I really thought that he was waiting for somebody to help him walk. I mean, that size, he should have had a cane. And he was not an older person. He must have been like 20s.
But see, that's why he was in his 20s. That don't break down until you get to like your late 30s and stuff like that.
But he was so big.
Like I'm sorry. Like I mean it. Of course, I'm like a person that people stare because I'm kind of tall. I'm a
Yeah, you're
fat
tall.
guy. But when I see fat people, I'm sorry. It's kind of hard not to stare.
Yeah. Well,
Like
it
it's
depends
just,
on the level of fat. I mean,
huh?
depends on the level of fat.
Man, like
It's on the level of fat and what they're wearing.
I think when you get to a certain size, everything's going to be skin tight.
Ah, okay, but it doesn't have to be skin showing in the wrong spots and what.
yeah. I don't want to like the guy I'm talking about where I was looking at. Yeah, I saw his belly out the bottom of the shirt.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine that. But I'm telling you, man, like
That's wild. I mean, I like my biggest thing. I'll be looking at the ankles.
or lack of them.
Thickness.
Yeah,
They're called cankles, where the
yeah.
calf and the ankle are one. It's like looking at an elephant's stump. Like elephants don't have feet. Elephants just the leg comes down and it's just like a pillar. You're walking.
Mhm.
That's how it is. But this is kind of shocking. So I live up in Palmdale, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at my Stater Brothers, I see a lot of people in those scooter things,
Oh yeah.
and in the food for less, a lot of
Uh-huh.
people on those scooters. I mean, like you go there and you can't get a scooter. I see
Oh.
people waiting for them
Mm.
because they're all in use. There's so many, and these people are heavy. They really do need to be using those scooters. The thing is that they're not disabled, so they were able to walk from the car into the store. They walked from the car to the store, right?
Mm.
And then when they got in there, they got the scooter because I can kind of see like that it's stressing their body to walk,
Wow.
right? And man, I, I didn't see that many people in these things in Whittier, right? When I lived there, I just the numbers was not the same. But so we've covered a range of topics today. We're ending things on a fat note.
Ended on a fat note. That's
Ending
great.
things on a fat note. So that's
Okay, I gotta ask Raymond though. Dank DeMoss.
I don't agree with her at all.
Wait.
That's who I'm talking about with the skimp.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's Dank DeMoss?
She
I remember you guys talking about her. She's a rapper, right? Or
she was a rapper, and I remember they brought her on the Breakfast Club, and they had to go get the couch for her.
Yeah.
And she was like, like talking about how people were like fat shamer. I'm not gonna shame you for being fat, but I'm gonna stare because it's just like staring at a woman with a huge ass. It's like a marvel.
You can't look away.
You can't look away.
The thing is, you got people of a certain size realize when there are people who are like walking by them, looking away from them, they are actively trying to look. It's not that they didn't notice them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They notice. It's like you just gotta look away, right? Like, okay, this is gonna sound horrible, and we're gonna get shit for this, but a woman with really, really large breasts with an exposed level of cleavage is talking to you. You are really making a concerted effort to look at their face, right? They know that you are trying to look anywhere but there. They know it. Okay? They absolutely know it. Okay? And the majority of them, if you inadvertently peek down, they're not going to give you shit for it. I mean, it's to be expected, right? They know it. Okay, but Dank DeMoss is one of those situations where you can't look away.
That's old days. You met Dolly Parton in the right position.
Real quick, we won't discuss it now, but I'm gonna throw it out there so you guys can look it up in case you have not seen it. Have you guys seen the new Skims thong?
Oh yeah, with the pubic hair.
Yeah, so Kim Kardashian came out with a thong that has pubic hair on it.
Yeah, I think she's
it's called the full bush, right?
Yeah. She has entered her Kanye era. Like she realized that some of the stuff that her husband was doing was right. And she was like, I'm about to, you know what? I'm about to do it. I'm about to just do it for the controversy. She wore a mask at like one of these galas that she was at, and I was like, "Oh man!"
Dude, wait. Didn't she go through a Kanye era? Okay, so Raymond, you remember back when I was using her as an example for like random shit that people sell and make a ton of money on. Because remember the candle? Remember she had the ashtray.
The ashtray. She had the candle.
With her as like
as a Virgin Mary.
Guadalupe. Was she married to Kanye at the time?
She was married to Kanye.
Yeah, so you got to embrace that. You got to embrace that insanity because it sells.
Yeah, but look, that's what I'm saying though. Ever since they had to split, she had been kind of conservative because Skims is like kind of conservative.
Yeah.
It is like Skims is something that Kanye would do though, because it's very minimalistic.
Yeah,
like it's a clothing brand, but it's like honestly like it fits Kim Kardashian. I'm just gonna say it like that. I'm proud of her for that.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like just doing things for the controversy. It was like and she hadn't did that since she separated with Kanye. So it's like she bringing back the Kanye because like they like it was crazy. Like when she put on the mask and the pubic hair this week, right? A story came out where I didn't read it, but it was like she talked about how Kanye gave away her Lamborghinis. Like they said that was the breaking point of the marriage. He took like her Lamborghinis and gave it to his friends or something like that.
Gave away
Lamborghinis.
Raining Lamborghinis.
It was raining Lamborghinis, but it was just like, I don't know. It was just crazy that it was like this whole week was about Kim Kardashian. You know what I'm saying? Like,
are you seeing these things? Do you see it?
Yeah, man. I didn't want to see the Skims though.
Okay,
I
though
mean,
that's not real pubic hair. Okay, so
It
let's be
didn't
I'm not gonna
clear.
buy it.
It didn't look special.
It's
It looked
synthetic pubic
less
hair.
than,
It's
it looked
synthetic.
less than special.
Well, there's no images of people wearing them.
Mm-mm.
Oh, now get this. Now this is what's crazy. This is what I want to talk about at some point in time. So, believe it or not, lesbians are feeling attacked by the full bush skims. Okay. This is crazy. And I'm sure it's not all lesbians. Whoever is saying this is not speaking for all lesbians, but basically they are claiming that she is appropriating their culture. Because for some reason, full bushes have become the domain
thing.
of lesbians for some reason. And so she's saying that she's appropriating their culture by creating this full bush thong.
She sounds misinformed.
Yeah.
Because guess what?
So
There used to be I got a couple porno magazines in here right now that got a whole bunch of full bushes up in here, homegirl.
Yeah. So
I guess not no lesbians.
Yeah. So I guess is she appropriating lesbian culture?
No,
Or is
she's
she
appropriating pussy culture.
Is she appropriating 70s porn culture?
That's what she's appropriating. I'm not getting. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop listening to gay people again. Like, that's what I'm gonna do. You know, that's how I feel. Because honestly, that didn't make no sense.
Yeah.
Man, let Kim Kardashian sell pubic hair on the panties.
Wait, Raymond. So you saw that comment about her appropriating lesbian culture? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
See
You just brought that up. I'm just saying, like, man, all right, yeah.
Because actually, when the article that I was reading about, so I didn't just see a random photo of the full bush skims. I was reading an article about it and how they're claiming that they're appropriating their culture. I'm reading it going, am I really reading this? It's like, is pubic hair an exclusively lesbian thing now? Like, how the hell is that?
Thing.
I could imagine if it came with like, okay, if the full bush thong came with like a skin tone T-shirt with armpit hair, maybe. If it
came with a strap on, then I'll say it's appropriating their culture.
Well,
I'm saying this: they steal too much. They've stole the rainbow. Now they're stealing the pubic hair.
There's a whole segment.
Yeah, now they're trying to steal pubic hair.
There's a whole segment of lesbian culture that does not believe in the strap-on stuff.
Really?
Yeah, because it's ugly. The whole act of penetration for them is an ugly thing. So they're steering clear of that because it's basically it's kind of like saying that suddenly there's still a man involved in the coupling. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah. So we're okay. So now we've drifted off a fat note, and we've entered into a
pubic hair note,
a pubic sapphic note.
Yeah, lesbian
pubic note. So I think with that, I mean, who knows where it could drift. So we should probably cut this one with that.
Yeah, let's sign up. Yeah, because it's midnight and I need to.
Yeah, it's time for us to like do something to cleanse our minds because I'm
gonna take a shower.
Yeah, dude. I don't necessarily feel dirty, but it's weird. It's just weird. I'm gonna go watch some episodes of South Park is what I'm gonna do.
Gotta learn to eat.
Okay. You guys have a good night. Hey guys, everybody, thank you for watching another episode of the Digenet Podcast. Once again, I am Armand.
This is Raylo, man.
You take him over here.
There we go. We all say good night.
Good night,
y'all.